And so good morning, everyone, and really welcome to our first new directors orientation. We have a new trustees orientation. We have a new directors orientation every year. We've never done a full day new trustees orientation. We usually have, many of you may remember, the Trustee Institute. And so we figured that we would do a day of basic training for new trustees or for all trustees really who would just like to brush up on some of the library law and some of the topics that we have today, which I think is a really good roundup of core knowledge for the trustees that are coming in. But first, before we get started, I want to introduce our state librarian who's here with us this morning, Jen Nelson. So Jen, good morning to you. And I know you have a few words you'd like to say.
Yeah, good morning, Michelle. I'm so pleased to see so many people here. One of the things I know for sure is that our libraries can't run without their trustees. And I really appreciate your taking the time on a rainy Saturday. I guess that's a good thing rather than a sunny Saturday, to learn from the folks we have compiled here, Michael and Maura and Pat. I mostly want you to know that the staff at the New Jersey State Library, Michelle, Bob, and myself, are always available if you have questions, concerns, don't understand something, just want to talk about libraries and talk shop, so to speak. We're always available and happy to be in touch with you. I hope today gives you a good foundation to get started with, and would encourage you to let us know if there are other topics that would be helpful for you as a new trustee to get exposure to. So I wouldn't presume what those might be, but whatever they are, just ask and we'll do our best to provide them. So with that, I hope you have a great day. I'll be sidling off in a little bit here, but I'm glad you're all here. And Michelle and Bob, knock them dead.
Thanks, Jen. Have a good weekend. See you
Great.
talk later. So Bob, I don't know if you have the agenda that you could easily
I do have the agenda that I could easily share.
very quickly
Um,
go over, and so you know what the day is going to look like. So there we go. We're going to start out with Michael Cerrone, and for library law, he's going to leave some time for questions, and we're going to ask that you put the questions in the Q&A, please. Chat amongst yourselves in the chat box, whatever you want to say. But if you would just please put the questions in the Q&A, it's easier for Bob and I to keep track of them. We're
yeah,
then
and one other thing, I've received a few questions in chat. I'm just going to say, if you're not one of us, like me, Michael, Michelle, Jen, Pat, and Maura, and we're the two Pats, that no one can see you. Your cameras are turned off by default. You're not allowed to. You don't have the ability to speak. No one can hear you or see you. But as long as you can see us, then you're all good.
okay, great. So we'll have a break. We'll then have Pat Tumulty come on with roles and responsibilities of trustees. The lunch break. We have working with elected officials, and then library policy making with Eric Stroshane from ALA, and finishing up finally with hiring and evaluating the library director with Maura Dede. And with that, that's a full day's worth of work here for you. Again, everything will be recorded and will be sent to you after probably sometime next week when we're through with everything. And at this point, I would like to introduce Michael Cerrone. Probably needs no introduction to you. We've had Michael on many times, and in fact, anytime we do library law, Michael is the lawyer that we call in, and always does a great job with the presentation. So, Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you. And at this time, I'm going to mute my camera and myself. And I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for Michael. So again, please put them in the Q&A, and Michael will do his best to answer them all. And I even know if they go into the break a little bit, I'm sure Michael, if you wanted to stay at the break, through the break or whatever, to answer what didn't get answered, I'm sure Michael will be happy to do that for you. So swing away, Michael.
Thanks, Michelle, and welcome everybody. It's my pleasure. You've got a great panel all day. I'm honored to be part of it. Let me just go over a little bit of what I'll cover today. We'll talk about the different types of public libraries. We'll talk about very aspects of your role as trustees and things that you are required to do. I'm going to talk about laws that are specific to libraries with regard to your powers and how you're funded. I will also touch on some statutes that are applicable to all public entities, and I don't know that time will allow me to get to all of these because when I do the new directors training, I cover it over 2 segments, and I'm trying to condense this down into 1. So I may not get to purchasing and paying bills. I want to talk a little bit about insurance so that you have some understanding as to what you may be thinking about having. And finally, before we get to the Q&A, I do want to speak about your relationship with your director. So what types of public libraries are there? There are basically 3 types: a municipal library, which is the vast majority of the number of libraries that are out there, which include joint municipal libraries. County libraries, which there are about 10 or 12 of those, and then association libraries, which are private libraries formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act. The other libraries, municipal, county, are generally speaking formed by referendum of the voters. A municipal library can only be dissolved by referendum. And this is important because when I first started doing this work, I had towns trying to close their municipal libraries, thinking that they could save money. Thanks to the efforts of NGLA when Pat Tumulty was there, after a lot of work, the legislature passed an amendment to the library law that required a referendum. The referendum is put on the ballot by an ordinance adopted by the mayor and council. So who is on a municipal library? If it's a municipal library, 1 town, it's the mayor and the superintendent, and between 5 and 7 citizens appointed by the mayor. If it's a joint library, it's the mayors of each town in the agreement, plus the superintendent or superintendents of schools, and then 3 citizens appointed by the mayor of each member municipality. The terms of office are 5-year terms. They are staggered. They're supposed to start at the same time of year. Vacancies are filled only for the remainder of the term. They do not start a new term. I've had many towns think that when there's a vacancy, when they finally get around to appointing someone, that they start a fresh 5-year term from the time they were appointed, even if it's a year and a half into that unexpired term. That creates a lot of problems. The whole concept behind staggered terms is to minimize or reduce the amount of influence that the political process has on libraries. So there's a gradual turnover of the board when there's a new mayor. And so it's important that you check your terms and make sure they all start at the same time of year, and then at least 1 term comes up every year. Now, if you only have 5 citizens that are appointed by the mayor, you're only going to have 1 come up each year. If the board has been expanded to 8 or 9, you may have 2 in a year, or you may have 1 year where there's 3 in a year. But they all need to start at the same time, and they all need, one has to come up each year. Officers of libraries. The municipal library statute talks about 3: a president, a treasurer, and a secretary who are elected to 1-year terms. The statute, with some exception with regard to the treasurer, spells out nothing about the duties of each of these officers. But if you have bylaws, you can do that. The statute does require that the treasurer be bonded. I recommend that you have at least 2 signatures required on checking and any withdrawal accounts, and that anybody who is authorized to sign off on an account, that they also be bonded. So we talked about bylaws. As I said, you should spell out the officers and their responsibilities. Now, a lot of boards add a vice president. I don't think it's necessary. You could certainly provide in the responsibilities for treasurer or secretary that they would be the acting president in the absence of a president. But if you want to have a vice president, it won't hurt. The bylaws should say when you're going to have regular meetings and how special meetings are going to be called or who can call them. If your board wants to have a committee structure in terms of how they address different issues, I've suggested some here. You don't have to have a committee structure. That in effect means that the board acts as a committee as a whole in some respects and is responsible for handling everything as a full board, as opposed to having a smaller group dives into the details of something and reporting back to the board. Your bylaws should reference a parliamentary authority, and a very common one is Robert's Rules. And what I've put on the slide here is what the language should be if you do have this in your bylaws. The current edition of Robert's Rules of Order newly revised, because Roberts is updated every 10 years. A new edition comes out. So, some restrictions with regard to municipal boards. Appointed trustees must be citizens, but not all trustees need to be residents of the municipality. If you have a municipal library, of those 5 to 7 citizens that are appointed, 4 must be residents of the town. For joint municipal, of the 3 that each mayor gets to appoint, 2 of them must be from each town. There is an attorney general opinion that says that appointed trustees cannot be employees of the municipality. And that's owing to the doctrine of incompatible offices. If you have, say, the head of DPW that the mayor wants to appoint as a trustee of the library, that head of DPW is under the mayor in his 9-to-5 job. And who is he going to be loyal to? You take an oath of office to serve as a trustee. You have an obligation in your role as trustee to do what's best for the library. But if the mayor is your boss 9-to-5, it's possible that he could put undue pressure on you to do something other than what's in the best interest of the library. County libraries are a little different. They don't have trustees, they have commissioners. A majority of the commissioners must be residents of the towns that support the county library. There's no requirement, however, the commissioners be citizens. The statute only specifies one office, that is chair. No other offices are mentioned. I know several of the county libraries have vice chairs as well. Association libraries. Association libraries are not technically public entities. They're formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act and therefore are private, subject to the state statute under which they're formed. Note that the mayor and council can give association libraries, and almost always do give them money. Under the statute, the only string that the mayor and council can put on it is that the library agree to be open for such reasonable hours as meets their approval. As a very practical matter, if you're doing something they don't like, or you're not doing something they want, well, suddenly you may find that your aid from the town goes down or is wiped out completely. So there's a little balancing act there. Unlike a municipal library, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, association libraries have no guarantee of funding. You're subject to the whims of the mayor and council. Now, although you're not a public library, the Confidentiality of Library Records Act does apply to you. The Open Public Meeting Act applies to you if you take money from the town, as does the Open Public Records Act. And if you get state aid, there are more regulations that are going to apply to you in terms of how you use the state aid. So let's talk about the trustees of municipal libraries and county libraries. You are required to take an oath of office. And as I alluded to earlier, that oath requires you to faithfully, impartially, and justly perform your duties as a library trustee. Now, it's a written oath. You're swearing to both to perform your duties as a library trustee, as well as your allegiance to the federal and state constitution. Typically, the oath of office is administered by the clerk. It's either the municipal clerk for municipal libraries, county clerk for county libraries. But there's a statute that allows the presiding officer of the board, the president in a municipal library, the chair in a county library, to administer the oath. If that happens, make sure you file the oath with the municipal or county clerk. I say that because I had an instance many years ago in which a mayor and council didn't like the trustees on the library board, and they decided almost in the dead of night to replace the entire board. And their pretext for it was that they hadn't signed the oath of office. Now, mind you, nobody had told them they had to take an oath of office, and they were very willing to do it. It took a court case and about 6 months worth of back and forth in court before the judge finally ordered the town to reinstate those trustees. But all could have been avoided, perhaps, if the oath had been filed. As trustees, you are obligated to attend meetings. Now, not every meeting, but if you are absent more than 8 consecutive weeks, or more likely 4 consecutive regular meetings without an excused absence, the board as a whole is required to declare that office vacant and notify the appointing authority. For municipal libraries, that would be the mayor. Now, the governing body, whether it's the mayor and council or the Board of County Commissioners, can reduce the time frame to 6 weeks or 3 meetings. Now, the library has discretion to excuse absences, but must excuse for legitimate illness. So I had one board that when they meet after the attendance, if they know somebody's absent, the president or the secretary or the director would say, trustee so-and-so called, they're not feeling well, or they had a medical procedure. And they would vote to excuse that trustee from attending the meeting. So it would not count against the regular meeting count for an absence. There are other reasons, vacation, work, things like that, that you can use your judgment as to whether or not you should excuse the absence. In addition to being declared vacant, a vacancy also includes if somebody submits a written resignation to the clerk or the mayor, someone dies, someone's unable to perform the duties, or if they're removed for cause. Now, there's nothing in the statute that says what is for cause. And it becomes very fact sensitive, but it is in the statute. Okay. As a condition of getting state aid, one of several conditions, each board of trustees or commissioners is required to receive a minimum of 7 hours of library-related education each year. Now, that can be one trustee or commissioner attending a total of 7 hours of library-related education, or it could be 7 trustees getting an hour each, or some combination thereof. If you hang out here all day today, you're going to solve that for your board this year. Oh, went the wrong direction. Okay. All right, this is a very timely slide. Each of you, as trustees or commissioners of libraries, are required to file a financial disclosure statement. It's supposed to be filed within 30 days of your appointment, and thereafter by April 30th each year. It's filed electronically. There's no more paper copy. It's a rather simple form. Your municipal clerk or county clerk will provide you with the ability to log in with a PIN, and you'll be fined if you fail to file. Now, the interesting thing is the clerk has to go into the local government services website and add you as a trustee, as someone who's supposed to file if they don't do that, you're never going to get a notice. And in my opinion, you shouldn't be responsible for a fine. But I will tell you that if you are on the list and you do get notice and you don't file timely, you will get fined. In the beginning, the first couple of years of doing this, they would send out several warning letters. I don't know that they do that anymore. I think they just send out a letter and say you're being fined. And if memory serves, the fine is $100. As part of the local government ethics law, you are bound by the rules that are in that statute. And there are several things that describe a conflict of interest. The most common or most obvious one would be that neither you nor anyone in your immediate family can engage in any business or activity which is in conflict with your duties as a trustee. So, if you are in the printing business and the library needs flyers printed up, you can't do that work for the library. There would be a conflict. And I don't think that you could recuse yourself and still do the work. In my mind, your responsibility as a trustee means that you are going to forego any kind of business you might otherwise be able to do with the library. So what are the powers of the board? Excuse me. So you have the ability to purchase books, papers, and reading matter, to hire librarians and other necessary personnel. You can fix the compensation of employees. The statute provides you can rent rooms or construct buildings. It's very clear from the context of the statute that renting rooms doesn't mean you can rent out your community room, but rather it means that you can rent space for the library or for a branch library or an adjunct or storage or something like that. You have the power to adopt rules and regulations, which includes any policies that you have. And you can do whatever is reasonably necessary to maintain the library. Sorry. So this is something that I really want to emphasize. You, as trustees of the library, are responsible for how the library is run. Not the mayor, even though he or she is a member of your board, and not the mayor and council of the governing body. There is an attorney general opinion that goes back to 1959 that says that the library statute was designed to exclude any interference by the municipal governing body with the exercise of the powers granted to trustees. In that particular instance, the Attorney General was asked for an opinion as to whether or not an ordinance adopted by the municipality regarding personnel was applicable to library employees. The Attorney General said no. It's the library board that sets the terms and conditions and rules and regulations for the library and the personnel, not the mayor and council. So in my mind, you have a great degree of legal autonomy. That is the ability to make decisions as to how the library is run, who you hire, how much you pay them, things like that. However, there is legal autonomy and there is political autonomy. And because you don't have the ability to raise taxes, bond for capital improvements, these are things that you need the mayor and council or the board of county commissioners for. That limits your political autonomy. So you have to balance this legal autonomy, which you can exercise, versus what's going to be the effect of doing that politically. And I'm sure I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. I've mentioned the mayor. The mayor is a member of the board, but he's only one vote on the board. He is not the library's chief executive officer, nor is he the chief operating officer. In short, he should not be dictating to the director or to trustees what the library does. Yes, I know the mayor appoints trustees. And I talked earlier about the fact that trustee terms are staggered to minimize political influence. And that as the appointing authority, the mayor in municipal or joint municipal libraries may seek to influence other trustees. But the mayor is just one member, and at times, in my opinion, could be conflicted. I have thrown mayors out of at least 2 board meetings over their strenuous objection. But in both cases, they were either trying to close the library or they were trying to take excess funds away from the library to give back from the town. And that's where I think a conflict exists. And although they both objected rather vocally, they both left the meeting. Again, it's a last resort, but I viewed the conflict as just too big. Having said all of that, what you want to do, and this goes back to that question of political autonomy, you want to try and develop good relations not only with the mayor, but the borough administrator or city manager, the CFO, because there are services the town can provide you. There are capital projects you're going to need their help with. And if you have a good working relationship with the town, you're going to be better off. So let's talk about your funding. According to the statute, a municipal and a joint municipal library must receive 1/3 mil. Now, this is a shorthand for what the calculation is. It's a percentage, a very, very, very small percentage, of the town's equalized property valuation. This mandatory funding appears on the municipal tax bill as a separate line. So you have the municipal budget, you have the county, you have the Board of Ed, and now you have libraries. So if you pull out your tax bill in your town, you will see your library, if you're a municipal library, how much you're paying towards the municipal library. I happen to think, by the way, that the fact that the legislature did that enhances my analysis of your autonomy. Now, by being a separate line on the tax bill, the legislature took library funding outside of the town's budget cap. Before that happened, if property values went up more than 2%, that extra money that had to be paid to the library reduced what the town could do for everything else in their budget because it impacted on their cap. Now that doesn't happen with the mandatory funding under the statute. However, municipality is free under the statute to appropriate more money than required by the statute, but that extra money is inside the town's budget cap. And so if the town is in a budget crisis or budget crunch, they may seek to reduce that extra appropriation so that they can fund other parts of their budget. So the statute requires that the money that they raise by taxation or appropriate to the library is supposed to be paid quarterly to the library treasurer. Doesn't say where in the quarter, just paid quarterly. The regulations allow another way, and that is that the money is kept by the municipality and dispersed on the voucher of the Board of Trustees. Now, with a joint municipal library, instead of municipal treasurer, it would be the CFO of one of the participating towns. Now, let me talk a little bit about how this works. If the money is paid over to the library treasurer, I've seen it done in one of 2 ways. I've seen where they take whatever the library appropriation is, let's say it's $1 million, just to take a round number, and each quarter, $250,000 is paid over to the library. Another way of doing it, if the town handles payroll, health insurance, is the town will hold back the money from payroll and health insurance and whatever else, and then the balance is paid over to the library treasurer. There are many towns, however, that just have the municipality handle all of their finances. And so all the bills get submitted to the town to pay. Now, here's a problem that a lot of CFOs have. they are conditioned that nothing can be paid until it's approved by the mayor and council. In my opinion, they're mistaken. They just don't know the library statute, which says that they have to pay out the money on the voucher of the Board of Trustees. It doesn't need to be approved again by the mayor and council. Because if it has to be approved by the mayor and council, you can have a long delay in getting your bills paid, and you may end up paying some interest on that. You're certainly going to have some unhappy vendors who may not want to do business with you again. So that's an important thing. Another very important thing is that when you get to the end of the year, you may have unexpended funds. If they've been paid over to your library treasurer, either because each quarter they pay the full amount or the net difference, then fine, you have control over those unexpended funds and they remain there and you can use them. If they're with the municipality, there are some CFOs that say you can't touch that money for another year. Some try and reclaim that money as municipal money since you didn't spend it. That's wrong. That's your money. And you've got to let them know that that's your money, and you don't have to wait a year to touch that money if you need it. There is a process, again, something that NJLA did a few years back, known as the Johnson legislation, in which the 1/3 mill can be changed by a vote of the residents of the town. It gets to the voters one of two ways. Either the governing body adopts a resolution or ordinance, or the residents via a petition that equal to at least 15% of the votes cast at the last general election. If it is adopted, a new rate will last only 10 years or less if there's a new referendum that establishes a different rate. But note that you can't have a referendum more than once every 3 years. The new rate is exempt from the 15% annual cap. There is a cap in the funding statute that says that no matter the calculation in the statute, the library appropriation can't go up more than 15%. But a new rate under this would be exempt. It also would be exempt from excess funds in year one. The wording of the public question is set forth in the statute. The only blanks are how much it'll go up. There is an outline for an interpretive statement in that statute. Now, an interpretive statement is what people read to have a better understanding of the question. And I've had a town with this and other, and towns with other attempts to put questions before the voters regarding libraries that draft the interpretive statement in such a way that you would have to be a fool to think of voting for this thing to help the library. So you have to carefully look at what the interpretive statement is. And in one instance, I was able to appeal to the county clerk to say, listen, this is not meet the requirements of the statute and of the case law, and they forced the mayor and council to change it. Now, let me talk strategy just a little bit in terms of how you might go forward with this. If the governing body isn't inclined, as most governing bodies are not, to ask the voters to raise taxes, you may have to go to the voters via a petition. Now, the statute says that it has to be signed by voters equal to at least 15% of the votes cast at the last general election. Now, last year, when only the state Senate and the Assembly were the top dogs on the ticket, you have the lowest turnout, which means that it's less signatures you need on a petition in order to get the referendum on the ballot. However, it means that it's going to be on the ballot in a presidential year. And this year, after voting for president, U.S. Senator, Congress, county commissioners, maybe mayor and council, Board of Education, if you've got a nonpartisan election, November election for Board of Education, then finally they may find the referendum. So you have to balance that out. There's a lot that goes into it. There have been a couple of successful. Mahwah was successful. Last year, Phillipsburg was successful. So it can be done. So you have the money. It's in your account, or it's in the town account, in a special accounting ledger account for your use. What can you spend it on? The only eligible costs are those reasonable costs necessary for the direct operation of the library, for library services. That's it. It's just an operational funding. You are not allowed to use the money to pay rent to the town or pay debt service to the town. I've had mayors and councils say, oh, great, we'll build you a new building, we'll build you an addition, we'll help you renovate the first floor, the children's room, whatever, and then we'll take the debt service out of your budget. They're not allowed to do that. Some try and disguise it as rent. We'll pay rent. Can't do that. Had one town, after the library and the municipal building were flooded out, where they had to get temporary trailers. Now, the town arranged for the trailers, and the town was paying the rent. Then the town said, well, wait a minute, why don't we just put this cost in the name of the library, and you can pay it out of your budget, because the statute does allow, the regs do allow for you to pay rent, as I noted earlier, to rent rooms out for library space. In my opinion, that's elevating form over substance. Since they had been supplying the building, they need to supply the temporary space, and they can't charge you for the rent or get you to pay the vendor for the trailers. Capital expenses. You may need a roof. You may need a new HVAC system, a boiler. You may want to add on. You may want to renovate. Can you use the 1/3 mil funding for capital expenses? It says that a capital expense is an ineligible expense unless you meet the criteria that we have on the slide. Conditions of the statute and the regulations are met. You still have sufficient funds remaining to operate the library as you normally would in the year in which the funds are saved or you spend the money. And you have a capital plan that's of at least 3 years in duration that reflects that the long-term capital expense will contribute to the provision of efficient library services. Now, there is a provision in the statute to ask the governing body, for the money to make capital improvements. However, there's nothing in the statute that requires the town to provide the funds. But, and this is why I try and remind not only trustees, but mayors and council people, the library building by statute is owned by the municipality. By statute, so long as it's used as a library, the library controls its use so long as it's used as a library. But it is owned by the town. So that makes it a municipal asset. So if the roof leaks, it's the city's roof that's leaking. And if they're not going to want to fix it, and you have to close a section of the building, if your HVAC goes out and you have to close because you can't keep it warm enough or you can't cool it enough, that to me is on the town. And I, for one, would think about saying to patrons, hey, don't look at us. We don't have the money. The town's building, they've got to fix it. But again, be careful how you go about that. The board is required to make an annual report to the CFO each year. It's supposed to outline all of the revenue and state aid received by the library, the expenditures made by the library, balance of funds available, and identifying excess funds that the board is required to approve and transfer to the municipality. That last one is important. Many years ago, I think it was in the Christie administration, there was a statute passed that made it possible for municipal libraries to return excess funds to the municipality. It was not mandatory, it was permissive, and nobody did it. as far as I know. They then revised the statute to require any unrestricted surplus in excess of 20% of the prior year's audited operating expenses be returned to the municipality. So what does that mean? Let's say in the prior year, you had $1 million in expenses that you spent your money on. And you now have in your unrestricted general revenue or surplus account, $250,000. The first 20% of last year's operating expenses, $200,000, is they can't touch. But that last amount over it, $50,000, is subject to return to the municipality. Now, their return of funds is not something that the library can do unilaterally, nor for that matter can the town do unilaterally by taking it out of your library account if it's held with the town or in the following year's appropriation. It's got to be approved by the state librarian. The state library website has a package of materials and steps that you need to follow in order to be able to approve the return of the money. Now, this is very important. By statute and regulation, any money donated to the library or any money that is restricted for capital is excluded from the calculation. So, how can you keep your money? How can you take this excess money and keep it to use for the benefit of the library? Adopt a capital plan. You need to have one if you're going to even be in a position to either use the operating money for capital purposes or to return the money. You'd have to have a capital plan. First thing you want to do, every 3 to 5 years, you should hire an architect to go through your building and determine what you may need in the next 3 to 5 years. You need a new roof. Do your restrooms need to be updated? Do you want to redo your children's room? Change the reference area? New HVAC, a boiler, things like that. And the architect should not only outline what needs to be done, but put a guesstimate as to what it might cost. Now you have a plan in place. You know what you're going to need over the next 5 years. As you identify that you have excess funds, that is money that you don't need over the 20%, or it could even be under the 20% if you still got enough to tide you over in case something happens from an operating perspective, you adopt a resolution referencing the capital plan, transferring the money over for capital purposes, and I would have a separate bank account for restricted funds. And your resolution is going to transfer that money out of your operating into that restricted bank account. All of your donations should go directly into that separate bank account. And I say that because now you've established a paper trail for your auditor and the town so that if they're trying to figure out if you have any excess funds to go back to the town, that you can say, oh no, here's our capital plan, here's our resolution transferring money, and here's our account that's separate and apart, that's only for the restricted funds. One other thing to keep in mind with regard to the excess fund statute. Some mayors think that they can just take this money and use it to hire an extra cop or buy a new truck for DPW or something like that. No. If money is returned to the municipality, the only thing it can be used for is for tax relief, nothing else, to lower the tax burden on the taxpayer. So if you do all of this, what you're telling the town is that, listen, we know this is your building. We know you're responsible for it. But listen, we can help in terms of paying for some of the improvements that we're looking for. We just need you to pay for some of them, not all of them. In my experience, when you do this, when you hire an architect who gives you a plan, a roadmap for the next 3 to 5 years, you're showing the town you're being responsible. You are going to try and keep up the library with needed improvements, repairs that are major, not minor. And so, in my experience, that's when towns start to step up and are willing to help out. So one other statute that does apply to your library, it applies to every library, no matter where it is, whether it's a law library, a corporate library. Library records are confidential. Anything in a library record that could identify the library patron cannot be disclosed except for 3 reasons. First reason, necessary for the operation of the library. What's necessary? Well, obviously, to check out a book, you need to have a process. And of course, you do have that process. But if the book is not returned, you need to have a process to go and reach out to the patron to remind them to return the book. And if your library collects fines, do let them know that they've got to pay the fine. The disclosure may be requested by the user. I've not seen that, but it's possible under the statute. Finally, and the thing that I've seen most often is if there is a court order or a court subpoena for the information. I have had prosecutor's office, investigators, I've had town detectives come in wanting to see whether or not what a patron has taken out in terms of books. If they just walk in with nothing, they're not going to get anything. They need to have a subpoena. And I've had conversations with prosecutors, assistant prosecutors, and the chief of detectives, explaining what the process is. Patron email. I don't think that sending out newsletters about the library is necessary for the operation of the library. So in my mind, it would be better to ask patrons to opt into receiving emails. But you can make an argument that if you give them the ability to opt out and they don't, they're consenting for you to use their name and email address to send out the newsletter. One other thing about library records, and that is security footage. I don't think that security footage is a library record. I think that security footage is there for security, so that if an incident occurs in the library and the police want to look at the security footage, I think they should be able to do it. However, we'll talk about this again maybe on the Open Public Records Act. I don't think that security footage is subject to the Open Public Records Act. Meaning, if somebody wants to get a copy of the security footage from last Tuesday in the children's room, they're not entitled to it. There's actually a New Jersey Supreme Court case that basically says, for security purposes, you can't give out that information because by doing so, it might identify blind spots or other weaknesses in the security camera array that might benefit somebody who wants to do is a bad actor of some kind. Okay, Open Public Meetings Act. Under the statute, the public has the right to get advance notice of all meetings of your board and all public boards. In order to have that right, they need to know when the board meeting is. And you're obligated to give notice of the date, time, location, and to the extent known, the agenda of the meeting at least 48 hours in advance. You do that by posting it in a prominent location, certainly in the library and maybe in town hall as well. You have to mail, phone, or hand deliver the notice to at least 2 newspapers that serve the town in some way. File it with the municipal clerk or county clerk or municipal clerks in the case of a joint library. Now, in lieu of notice of each regular meeting, the board can adopt a meeting schedule at its annual meeting, which is the meeting that the board reorganizes and elects officers, and provide notice of that schedule as indicated here, except that you don't need to include an agenda. Now, most towns, most boards will publish that notice so that there's proof that it's been done. The statute doesn't say anything about publishing. Frankly, the statute is now almost 50 years old and can do for some updating. For example, there isn't a newspaper I know that wants to have a notice mailed to them. They will only take email. There's nothing in the statute that talks about email. When the statute was passed 50 years ago, I don't even know if the internet was a dream for anybody. Now, the internet is ubiquitous. We all use it. And candidly, I think that just putting a notice on your website, maybe on the town's website as well, would be more than enough notice. But however, it might put newspapers out of business because they still rely on all these legal notices. Now, there might be a time when you have to meet and you can't give 48 hours. You need to have a special meeting, but you have to do it right away. So there is a provision in the statute for emergency meetings. When you have to have an emergency meeting, the board's first action after the roll is called is to adopt a resolution by 3/4, that is a supermajority of the members attending, that the subject matter was so urgent that a delay in meeting would result in substantial harm. Note that the meeting is limited only to the urgent matter. You can't say, all right, well, we've addressed the leaking roof. We've hired Joe Blow Roofing to fix the roof. But since we're all here, let's talk about hiring another children's librarian, or let's talk about buying new computers. You can't do that. You have to only the matter that's emergent in nature. After the meeting, you have to provide notice of the meeting as soon as possible in the methods that you would notice a regular meeting.
Michael?
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know it's 9:54. We have about 10 questions. So just letting you know.
I appreciate that. Okay.
Yep.
We're going to 10:30, right?
Thought it was, hold on a second. Yes, 10:30, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
I appreciate that. That's great.
Yep. All right.
Okay. So pursuant to the Act, at the beginning of each meeting, the chair is required to read an announcement as to the manner in which adequate notice has been given under the Open Public Meetings Act. So I've given you an example here in the slide deck as to what the chairman or chairwoman could say, or the president could say at the meeting. If that's a regular meeting, that's or a special meeting rather, that's the terminology. If it's done pursuant to the annual meeting notice, I would say that notice of the meeting had been given pursuant to the annual meeting notice that was given to. So under the Open Public Meetings Act, a quorum is required in order to conduct business. Now, regrettably, the statute doesn't define quorum. And under Roberts, you can define a quorum many different ways. However, case law is very clear that a quorum is a majority of the board. So if you have a 7-person board, that would be 4 people. If you have an 8 or 9-member board, that would be 5 people. Now note, the Open Public Meetings Act does not apply to meetings of less than an effective majority of the board. That is, committees. Now, under the Open Public Meetings Act, you must keep minutes of each and every meeting. Those minutes must contain the time, the date, and the place that the board met, the members who were present, the subjects considered, the actions taken, and the vote of each member. Public session minutes must be made promptly available to the public, but I would not release unapproved minutes to the public. You are required to keep minutes of closed sessions. A lot of boards don't, but you're required to do so. Excuse me, you're required to do so. In order to go into a closed session, sometimes called an executive session, the board must adopt a resolution which states the reason to go into closed session and the time and circumstances under which the closed session discussion would be made public. So some of the common reasons for going into closed session: to discuss personnel matters, to discuss pending or anticipated litigation, matters covered by attorney-client privilege, contract negotiations. Note that when you're in closed session, you cannot take any formal action. You can take a straw poll, which is non-binding and not effective, so that you have some understanding of what you may do when you go into open session. So, for example, if you are talking about negotiating a contract with a union representing the employees, in closed session, you could talk about the different aspects of that. When you get into open, if you want to approve the contract, that vote takes place in open session. You want to talk about personnel matters and discuss them. The discussion about this employee's performance, or whether or not they should get a raise or how much of a raise, that all would happen in closed session. In closed session, you may decide informally, okay, we're going to give Mary Smith a $2,000 raise, and that would be the motion that's adopted in public session. You're not going to have a discussion in public session, just the vote. Now, when we talk about personnel matters, the statute says that discussion of personnel matters takes place in closed session unless the employee affected requests that the discussion take place in public session. In order for them to be able to do that, they have to get notice that you're going to have this conversation about them. And then they have to provide you with their instruction. If they don't get back to you, it's in closed session. So you could violate the act in a couple of different ways. One of which that is subtle, and a lot of people don't realize it, is email violations. If you are, say your director sends out the board packet and sends it out to all of you in the to line of the email. Now you've all got it, and you all can respond by replying all. You can start to have a conversation, if you will, or a debate about items in the packet. If you do that, you're violating the statute, because you're in effect doing via email what you should be doing in public at a meeting. The way to get around that problem is to put all the trustees in a blind CC line for undisclosed recipients. That way, when you hit reply all, you can only reply to the sender. If you violate the Open Public Meetings Act, someone could bring a court case to require that the action approved be undone. It can also result in a civil penalty of $100 for the first violation and up to $500 for subsequent violations. The Open Public Records Act, there's been a lot of this in the news because they're talking about revising the statute. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Here's what the statute currently provides. A government record is very broadly defined in the statute. There are some exemptions under the statute. I discussed one of them earlier, which would be matters involving the security of the building and of the library. Personnel records are generally exempt. However, the employee's name, title, position, salary, and length of service are matters that must be disclosed. Sometimes you'll see somebody does an Oprah request and then will publish the name and title and salary of everybody that works for the town or the county. There is a compliance process. There is a state agency called the Government Records Council, or they can go to court to get the board to comply. There are penalties for anyone who knowingly violates the law, so that if your records custodian doesn't turn over something, they could be penalized More importantly, the current statute provides for attorney's fees for a successful requester. Now, the statute as it's written now is mandatory. One of the proposed revisions to the Oprah statute is to make it discretionary, not a mandatory thing, but TBD on that. Okay, insurance. Here are some insurances that you're going to want to make sure that you have, and many of these may be something that your town provides. Employment practices liability insurance is very helpful because that is the insurance that protects you if you have an employee sue the library claiming discrimination, as an example, or sexual harassment. Liability insurance. As I've said a couple of times today, the building is owned by the town, but you're using it, you're operating it. You want to make sure that whatever you're doing in there, if somebody trips and falls, you have insurance for it, and that the building and the contents are covered in case of a fire or flood or things like that. You want to also, within that hazard insurance, you want to make sure that the contents are covered for replacement value. Any of you that have held a used book sale knows that a used book sells for pennies on the dollar compared to what it would take to go out and buy that book new. If you have a flood or a fire and have to replace the books, what kind of insurance you have is going to give you an idea as to what you can do in terms of replacing it. Workers' compensation insurance. You got to have workers' compensation insurance. Again, if your town handles your payroll, they'll likely have the insurance. But if they're in a JIF, that is a joint insurance fund, you've got to find out what the retention is, because you could be responsible for that retention. I had one library, I had an employee, actually was transferred over from the city. Shortly after the transfer, the employee fell down a flight of stairs, was out of work an extended period of time. The workers' comp bill was in excess of $250,000. Well, the town was in a JIF, and the JIF's retention was $250,000, and the city wanted the library to pay up for that retention. They were able to work out a deal in that case. But going forward, the library got its own workers' compensation insurance to cover that retention. Finally, unemployment insurance. Believe it or not, although every employee is covered by unemployment insurance, government employers in New Jersey don't have to pay into unemployment insurance. If that is the case in your town, the state will bill you for the benefits that it pays to the employee. So if you are in a financial bind and you lay off an employee figuring you're going to save that employee's salary, you're not. You're going to pay a portion of that salary savings back because of the fact that you're not paying into unemployment insurance. However, if you are paying into unemployment insurance, no problem. You won't have that bill. Okay. I'm going to jump over the financial stuff. If we have time later, I'll come back to it. Well, let me hit on a couple of things very quickly. There is a bid threshold. If you're going out to contract for something, if it's over $17,500, you need to go out to bid, unless you have the services of a QPA, a qualified purchasing agent. Then that threshold is $44,000. If you're under the bid threshold, you still need to get quotes for anything that is 15% or more of the bid threshold up to the bid threshold. You need at least 2 quotes. You can award to the vendor whose response is most advantageous, price and other factors considered. Remember, if you're over the quote threshold, you have to award it to the lowest responsive bidder. If you're below the quote threshold, you can use sound business judgment. Pay to play applies to all contracts in excess of $17,500, but does not include contracts or services with banks, insurance companies, and public utilities. Contracts under pay to play are awarded in one of two ways. One is a sealed bid. Whether it's over or under the bid threshold, you can do a sealed bid and you have satisfied pay to play. If you're not going to use a sealed bid, then a contractor must complete a business entity form and a political contribution disclosure form. And if they receive such a contract, what they're going to certify to is that in the year preceding the award of the contract and during the term of the contractor has not donated and will not donate more than $200 to any candidate or any office holder in your town. Paying bills. You should check with your auditor as to a method, but each meeting your board should be approving a claims or encumbrance list or a bills list or a list of checks. Each vendor, in order to be paid, has to sign a purchase order or a voucher certifying that the bill is correct and the money is due and owing. And this is very important. We are not allowed to use credit cards or debit cards for purchases. There's a state statute and regulation directly on point. You can't accept a credit card for payment for a lost book or something like that. Instead of a credit card, the state allows the use of a procurement card, also known as a P card. Or you can make payments via electronic funds transfer, ACH or wire transfer. In order to do this, however, the board has to adopt a resolution, which includes all the policies and procedures for implementation and oversight. And I've given you the reference to the local finance notice that is your starting point for trying to work with a procurement card or EFT. You should adopt a personnel policy or policy manual. And I've given you some bullet points as to what should be included in that policy manual. If you have a union contract, make sure that the union contract and the board manual or the personnel manual are in sync. You know, you negotiate things at the table, things like how much vacation or meal breaks or things like that. If you don't carry it over to the policy manual, you're going to have a problem. If your town is civil service, your employees in the library are civil service. There's a court case that specifically states that. Civil service employees can only be disciplined for a cause, and here are the reasons listed in the civil service regulations. I would suggest that even if you're not civil service, that you use this as a guideline, because if you're going to terminate someone, you're likely, unless that person is a white male under the age of 40, you could be the subject of a discrimination lawsuit. You're going to want to be able to point to a legitimate reason for termination. Finally, let me end with your relationship with your director. Your director is your CEO. You, under the statute, have hiring authority, but at the very least, you should rely on the director to identify the need for the position and interview the candidates and recommend the hire. What I always say to my boards is, the boards have the authority to purchase books. I can't remember the last time I had a board that went through and made decisions as to whether or not to buy books. In fact, my hometown library of Clifton, years ago, well before I was even a lawyer, got reprimanded or censured by NJLA because it would not buy, I think it was The Catcher in the Rye, because they didn't think it was an appropriate book. I'm going back well over 50 years now, I believe. So if you're not buying the books, I don't know that you're in the best position to make determinations as to who to hire. So again, rely on your director for that. Trustees should not talk to staff about library operations. Staff communicates with director, director communicates with you, and vice versa. I had one library that was so dysfunctional that trustees were telling staff to tell the director what to do, and the director was filing a grievance against her staff. That can't work. You're going to hear, I think, more about this later on. You should establish a job description when you hire the director, and annually you should have goals and evaluate the job performance of the director. And with that, Bob, if we've got questions, I'm ready for them.
We have a lot of questions, so try to get through them. I think some of them I can group together. So the first question, what's the difference between a library foundation and a Friends of the Library group? And could the foundation operate under a DBA of Friends of the Library?
So the difference between a library foundation and a Friends of the Library is the name. Unless the foundation is formed by some rich person in town with their money. So they're both should be nonprofit corporations formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act, and both should have 501c3 designations from the IRS, so the contributions would be tax deductible. The foundation, I guess, could operate under a DBA. I don't know that I'd suggest that, but they could do that, yes.
Okay. Next couple questions are about the financial disclosure forms
Okay.
you mentioned. Do they apply to the mayor's liaison?
Yes, they should.
Okay.
But again, as I said before, the municipal clerk's got to be the one to notify Trenton as to who's supposed to file the notice. You can't file the notice unless you get, or the form rather, unless you get notice that here's the site so that you can access the form.
Okay. So like you said, the city clerk has to do this. There's no specific notification from any other body or anything
The
like
city
that.
clerk notifies Trenton, and then you're going to get an email, probably from the city clerk, saying, all right, here's your login, here's your PIN, and then you go in and log in. It's a fairly simple form. And under Daniel's law, because they're not equipped to figure out who's subject to Daniel's law, they seem to be redacting addresses from what's in there. And once you do it, your old information will automatically populate each year, and then you can edit it. So it's a fairly quick process. And it's not, they're not asking for how much money you got in the bank. They're not asking for your stock investments. They do want to know what real estate you own, although again, they're not disclosing the address now, so that's a little bit odd. And they want to know where you work, not how much you're making, just where you work.
Okay. And it comes out like in the beginning of the year, usually?
No,
They want that?
it'll be next month. It's April.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay.
It's
Just
April.
so people
That's why
know
I thought
about
it was very timely, because in the next, sometime in the first week or so of April, you'll get notice, and then you have until April 30th to file it.
Okay. As a township, there's a couple of layers to this question, I think. As a township committee member of the library board, are financial disclosures required separately for the library position?
No, no, no. There's only going to be one. In that case, I would expect there to only be one designation.
Okay.
Now,
but
if you were the council person or a library trustee in town A, but you worked as the CFO in town B, you're going to have two notices. But the nice thing is they link it together, and you only have to file one form.
okay. Okay. And there's and what about the issue with them being a committee member and also being on the board?
Well, that's a good question. I'd have a little problem with them being a direct appointment. I wouldn't have a problem if they were the mayor's alternate or designate.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Because I look at the mayor's designee as the mayor's alter ego. They're there. They're there in the shoes of the mayor. That's not the case with trustees that are appointed. That 5 to 7 municipal or 3 joint municipal that are appointed. So that's a difference. So So yeah, I don't think the township committee person should be appointed to a term as a citizen, but can be as the mayor's designee. Again, though, how you go about informing the mayor that he shouldn't do it, or that the township committee member shouldn't be there, candidly, unless it's a city, the township committee should be voting to approve the mayor's appointment. So there'd be all kinds of conflicts there.
Okay. As a trustee, is it in conflict to question the branch manager who provides a report to the board about some of the practices that are done with employee disciplinary actions, something she reported at the meeting?
My strong suggestion is you speak to the director about it, about your concerns. And if you're not getting good answers, this is where a personnel committee would probably be a better way to try and get to the bottom of these things. I don't like it when trustees are going off on their own, because there tends to be some misunderstandings that result from that.
Okay. And the financial disclosure form has to be filled out within 30 days of you receiving the link. Is that the one that?
So it is a financial disclosure statement.
Mm-hmm.
It's within 30 days of your appointment. So the clerk is supposed to update the roster that the town has or the county has with Trenton, and then they'll give you the login information, and they're supposed to notify you, at which point you can have 30 days to complete the form. Then every year in April, you're going to get that notice, and you fill out the form, and it's got to be done by April 30th.
Okay. Is it in conflict to develop a professional relationship with the employees to receive feedback on working policies and practices?
So part of what your evaluation of your director might include, excuse me, is some level of a 360 evaluation in which there is a process, typically an anonymous one, that allows you to get feedback from employees on what's working and what's not. I'd be careful about having a direct communication between board and staff. Now, if the director's involved, or if you instruct the director to do this, I think that might be the better practice. I'm just very leery of trustees overstepping their bound and stepping into the shoes, if you will, of the director. That's when I've seen a lot of problems.
Okay.
The director's got to be in charge.
Okay. The number of, even though we're answering a ton of questions, the number of questions is staying static. So more keep coming in.
Right.
So I'm trying to go quick. Our library building is owned by the town. Can they charge for the library for services such as landscaping, snow removal, repair work, etc.?
What you should have is a shared services agreement with the town, so that they know what they're obligated to you to do, and you know what you're obligated to pay. And it's great if you can get them to do this stuff for free. But a lot of this stuff is normal operating expenses: mowing the lawn, removing snow, minor repair work. I would consider to be things that you could go out and hire on your own and not rely on the town. Now, when it comes to major repairs, that would be a different story. There, I don't think they can be charging you at all. So if you had a major repair to the boiler or had to replace it, I don't think they should be charging you for that.
If you were the superintendent's designee or alternate, and you file an ethics form as a school district employee, do you have to file another with for the library?
Again, they should be linked. The clerk there's a way to link it, and you shouldn't have to file a separate one.
If a library is a municipal asset, what if it is a joint library? Would it be an asset of the where it is located, or or a jointly owned asset?
That's a very good question. Typically, there's an agreement for the joint library that will outline whose building it is. It depends on how the building was acquired. So I would need a little bit more information to be able to really know whose asset it is.
Okay. Can the superintendent's delegate serve as an officer of the board?
My general rule is that the mayor's alternate or designee and the superintendent's alternate designee should not be an officer, because if the mayor or the superintendent attend the meeting, then that superintendent doesn't have any power. I know that the zoning and planning boards that have alternates in their statute, the statute specifically states that they cannot serve as officers.
Okay. Does a switch from receipt by all in the copy line to BCC as a reply all violate the Open Public Meetings Act? So I think the switch from receipt by all in the copy.
Yeah. So if everybody's in the blind CC line, then you can't reply all to anybody but the sender. But as everybody in the blind CC line isn't going to see your email, and therefore you won't violate the statute.
Okay. Regarding insurance, we are under the impression that the township completely covers the public library and employees for everything. Our town has a JIF.
And that's going to be the case with most libraries, in my experience. What you want to do is check with the town and make sure as to what the coverages are. Now, if your town is in a JIF, most likely it has all the insurances that I described, and you're just going to want to know what the retention is on workers' comp and whether or not your town is paying unemployment insurance in the payroll if they're handling your payroll. And you're going to want to know if they cover your hazard insurance's replacement value.
Okay. How detailed must minutes of closed sessions be?
Yeah, you're not transcribing the meeting, both in the regular meeting and in the closed session. You need to include the items that are discussed. You may want to also include a very brief summary of what any trustee said of note on the question, but that's the extent of it.
Okay. Does a Friends of the Library group usually do fundraising, or is that solely the foundation's wheelhouse?
So no, Friends do fundraising. I had a library that had both a Friends group and a foundation group. The problem was they're stepping on each other's toes. But the town wasn't big enough to justify having two. So again, so long as you're properly formed, that is, you're formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act and you got a 501c3, you can go out and fundraise, and you can advertise the fact that any donations are tax deductible.
Can a member of the library board of trustees also be on the Friends board?
Yeah, I've seen it. Since the whole idea of the Friends is to support the library, I often see directors get involved and trustees as well. I think in some cases there's actually a slot in the bylaws for the Friends for a trustee or a director.
Okay. Hold on a second. All right, I don't know what that goes to, so let's get that. Can you explain room rentals a little more?
Sure. So if you're busted at the seams and you need more space, you could go out and rent a storefront on Main Street or in a strip mall, and have a branch library or an annex there, and you can pay rent for that. But your community room, in my mind, you don't have the authority to rent out because you are a free public library. And I think that that means that for the most part, what you provide, you have to provide for free. Now, there are certain exceptions. Fines, as an example, is something that clearly is allowed by the statute, as is money for photocopies. But for the most part, in my opinion, you should be supplying rooms for free. Having said that, I don't think there's anything that stops you from putting on your room rental form a suggestion as to a donation to the library. Not required, but suggested. Just my thought.
Okay. If a committee meets, what is the required type of minutes that need to be shared with the whole board? Does something need to be voted on, or is it just a shared report?
There's no requirement to do anything as a committee. You don't need minutes. You don't need a report. It could be a verbal report. Sometimes the director will say the committee met and here's what they're proposing. And then maybe the committee will ask any questions that the whole board has. So no, there's no minutes required of committee meetings.
Okay. If you were writing a strategic plan, can you create a staff focus group and ask questions about library operations? Or should you?
I'd work with the director on that. Again, I'm a little bit concerned about how that may go. But if it's just informational, and again, if the director is aware, then he could probably do it without any problem.
Okay.
Some of this you have to have some sense yourself as to what you want to do and how you want to communicate with it. But again, I'm leery about trustees going off on their own and staff going off on their own and undermining the director.
Yep.
Which in the end is going to hurt your library.
Yeah. All right, just a few. I know we're right up at 10:30, but we got just a few to go, and so want to blast through them. How is a public library an entity under the state shared services statutes? If the town owns the building, isn't the library in a landlord-tenant relationship?
No, it's a unique relationship. It's akin to an unrevocable license to use the property. That is, so long as you're using it as a library, although the town owns it, they can't kick you out. And
can they move the library to another building? I've seen that come up.
Yeah, I've had it happen.
Recent memory.
But you got to, in my opinion, you got to agree to do it. So, for example, if you're in a 10,000 square foot building and they want to move you to a 5,000 square foot building, you don't have to agree to it. I think you could stay right where you are. In other words, they got to make it worth your while to do. And I've had that happen. I've had libraries that the town says, listen, we need to use your space for something else. Redevelopment, senior center, whatever it was. But we got better space. We got bigger space for you. We'll renovate it or help renovate it. And they moved. Now, whether it works out or not remains to be seen.
Yeah. All right. Can you, so are there any limits on the mayor's authority to appoint, or what are the limits to the mayor's authority to appoint people to the board? We discussed like the citizenship requirement and
Right.
residency requirement and things like that, but what else is there?
And they can't be employees of the town.
Okay.
That's it. Most have to be residents, although not all. And I've had one or two instances where a person was not a resident, was a member. Usually, though, they've moved out of town but stay on the board because they're still interested in the library. Ideally, you want somebody who's going to be a library advocate and proponent. But there's nothing in the statute that says that. It's implicit in the oath because you're going to do what's necessary to properly effectuate your role as a library trustee. But in terms of criteria, there isn't anything.
Okay. Should the library pay for its, we already discussed that about paying for its own landscaping and snow removal, about shared services agreements and things like that. So we can do that. Okay. Where can the board find guidance on discretionary fund structure and operations, such as funds coming from fees and fines account plus rollover from last year's unspent township funds?
Well, you should be getting financial reports from the director. If it's money that's held by the town, they should be giving you. So you should be getting payroll reports if they're handling the payroll. You should have a list of all the bills that you're paying, so you know how much what's going out. If you're getting health insurance from the town, you should be getting either a list, a bill, or some list of what they're deducting from the appropriation for that. And then your audit. Your audit can be a source of a lot of this stuff. That's why, and I didn't get into it in the presentation, but you should have your own audit and your own auditor so that you can identify that information.
Okay. If the town owns the library building, who is responsible for making sure the building is ADA compliant?
I think the town ultimately is responsible to make sure that things are ADA accessible. So like, for example, if your restrooms are not ADA compliant, I would think it's up to the town. Again, as I said before, you adopt a capital plan, you identify this stuff, and then you go to the town and say, well, listen, we need help with this stuff. I think that's the way to go.
Okay. Two more short questions and then you're off the hook. Is there a limit on how many years someone can be on the library board?
No.
Okay. And lastly, so as far as appointing the mayor, appointing their alternate, there's really no restrictions on that, right? They can appoint basically whoever they want.
They can, yeah. Except they can appoint whoever they want. Yeah.
Okay. And okay, then one last question came in. Can you clarify on a municipal owned building? Are you saying the township cannot force you to vacate the building?
That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Now, I get that if you're only a small part of a floor in what is otherwise the township building with police and fire or DPW and whatever else might be there. And so, again, it's this whole legal autonomy, political autonomy thing. I think you could stay there, but at what cost? What is it going to cost you to stay there? Is there something you can get by moving to make everybody happy?
Yep. All right. That's it. That's all the questions.
Okay. Very good.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everything. Always a pleasure to have you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
And we'll see you again. For everyone else, let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:45. We'll see you then.
See ya. All right, Michael, I'm going to unshare your, or do you want to unshare your, yeah, I'm going to unshare, there he goes. Okay, good. All right, I'll be back in
10 minutes.
7 minutes. Yep. All right. See ya.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Bob, you're a big help, both in letting me know what time it was and reading the questions. It's a big help.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks a lot.
Bye, Michael.
See ya.
Bye, Pat.
Bob's gonna set me up. Come on, Maura. 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 Come on. I can't have you running around. Come on, Maura. Why would you say not to me? Well, you're gonna need me X number of dollars. I'm doing nothing proactive. And that's my problem. All right. Yeah.
Pat, you're unmuted, just so you know.
Yeah, I know, but you're not recording me, are you?
I don't know if Bob turned it off or not.
All right, so people can hear me go, ah.
If you turn your, you need to fix your camera a little bit, because
Yeah, I'm trying to get figured out here.
we go.
I just locked the cat up.
It's like Kilroy when you're speaking, like you just read from the nose up. Kilroy was here.
What, sweetheart?
Hey, Pat,
All right. Get me
you
set
want
up.
to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
You're gonna share my screen, right?
Oh, I thought you, okay. I was
Okay,
confused.
show me how to do this again. I've only done it once with you, that's why.
Well, so do you want me to share it on my end and you tell me when to advance, or do you want to advance it
No,
yourself
just
from your end?
let me put it up there so then I can just hit the whatever.
Okay, so is your PowerPoint open?
No.
Okay, open your PowerPoint first.
All right, that's what you gotta give me. Gotta give me the steps. I'm educable, but you have to tell me the steps.
All right, so when you open up your PowerPoint, just leave it open in your the regular view when it opens, and then click back to Zoom, back to where you can see us.
All right,
All right,
there's
tell me
my
when you're back.
PowerPoint.
Okay, and now click back to where you can see us, and in the Zoom window.
I don't know what do you mean by that? I'm in the Zoom
Like,
window.
so when you can like make not the PowerPoint visible, make the Zoom window visible, so you can see you and me.
All right. All righty, that's Zoom. There you are.
Okay. And then, so down at the bottom of the screen, there should be the share screen button
Wait a minute.
at the bottom of the Zoom window, at least.
All I see is chat. All right, I see shared screen. Okay.
Yep, share screen. And then when you click on that, there'd be a number of different like boxes that comes up that looks like, different things. And one of them will be your PowerPoint. And you click on that and then click share.
All right. And where do I share?
And there we go. Okay. And then you can go up in your PowerPoint, click on slideshow up at the top.
All right, wait a minute. My PowerPoint, click on slideshow.
Couple more over to the right.
I don't see it. On the top?
Yeah.
You're on draw right now. Your pointer is on draw, I see. So if you go over a couple more to slideshow, it says like transitions, animation, slideshow, record, review. Yep.
Slideshow.
And then click on the button from the beginning all the way over on the left.
Okay.
There you go. And now see if you can advance it with either the arrow buttons or something like that on
Okay.
your keyboard. There you
Yeah.
go. You got it. Okay, great. All
Okay.
right, you're good to go. So
And
so you and Pat and Susan are going to speak before your presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. All right, Michelle, you can take it away.
Can you
okay,
get rid of
I'm gonna turn it over to,
pictures or whatever?
I'm just going to turn it over to Pat Tumulty, who's a consultant for the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. And she has a few announcements she wants to make before she talks about the roles and responsibilities of trustees. So go ahead, Pat. I'll turn it over to you. Thanks for coming and presenting today.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. I hope you give me a few minutes of personal privilege here before I start. I have to admit that giving this presentation is very difficult for me because for many years I did this presentation with a woman named Pat Pavlov, who was then president of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. So now it's very difficult for me to do it alone because Pat has resigned from that position. Pat was also president of the Cranford Library Board for many years, and we'll also hear from her board president now about the things that Pat has done for libraries. But I think this new trustee orientation is really an appropriate time to recognize Pat as a true library champion. She served as president of NJLTA for well over 10 years. She ran the executive board meetings of NJLTA. She kept that organization going as a vital part of the library community. She also helped with many trustee institutes that have preceded this trustee orientation, both as someone who helped organize them and as a participant. So I know her spirit is with us here today. In her capacity as NJLTA president, she was the voice of New Jersey library trustees, representing the organization at many statewide activities with the New Jersey Library Association, with the New Jersey State Library, with Library Link NJ. She made sure that the trustee voice was always heard. She gave countless volunteer hours in support of libraries and library trustees and traveled throughout the state. In addition, she counseled and answered numerous questions for library boards. I think many of you are obviously new trustees, but I want to point out during the COVID crisis, I cannot tell you how many times Pat organized Zoom meetings for the trustees throughout the state so that they knew how to help their communities during a very difficult time. So as many of you now begin your careers as trustees, I hope you can model Pat as a library champion. Advocate for your library locally, but also on a statewide basis. Your voice is very important. So I hope Pat and her family are able to be with us virtually today, because I know this program is recorded, so I hope she will be able to see it. So again, I personally, and I think on the behalf of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, want to recognize Pat Pavlov as a true library champion for the state of New Jersey. I now want to turn this over to Pat Massey, who is a trustee of the Edison Public Library, but she is also the new president of NJLTA. Pat?
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much. It really is quite an honor to be elected as president of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. It's also such a challenge because I am following Pat Pavlak in this role. I have very, very big shoes to fill. I'd like to thank the NJLTA Executive Board for their very warm welcome and their help in getting me acclimated in this role. Just a little bit about myself. I've served on 2 different library boards as superintendent's representative in the district where I worked as a school library media specialist, and then more recently appointed to the Edison Library Board of Trustees in Middlesex County, and I currently serve as president. I really look forward to continuing Pat Pavlak's work in representing library trustees, even though I'm hoping that I can work up to her expectations, because yes, I've met Pat on a number of occasions for trustee institutes, and certainly I have seen her on plenty of Zoom meetings, because we as library trustees need to know so much. As you heard from Michael Cerrone, we need to know about library funding, we need to know about policies and advocating for the library appropriately, and along with the other topics that we'll hear about this afternoon. So thank you, Pat, for introducing me, and I'm glad to see so many trustees watching now. So thank you. I'll give it back to you now.
Okay, thank you, Pat, and we look forward to welcoming you and working with you this year as the president of NJLTA. I'd like to now turn the program over to Susan Burke, who is the board president of the Cranford Public Library, and Susan had worked with Pat for many years in that library. Susan?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. As you said, my name is Susan Burke, and I am the president of the Cranford Library Board of Trustees. So like Pat Massey said, I am also filling the very big shoes of Pat Pavlak, which is no small challenge. I had the pleasure of working with Pat on the Board of Trustees for more than 6 years. In that time, I learned so much from her about not only how library boards can and should operate, but also about teamwork, collaboration, and grace under pressure. Pat's decades of service on the Board of Trustees spanned multiple library directors and Cranford Town Councils. She provided the library with consistency during times of transition and really powerful representation to make sure our library's needs and goals were being met and not forgotten about as new issues came up. As a result of her leadership, the Cranford Library is a community hub. We are a thriving library filled with active readers and future readers. We are now at the beginning stages of a long-awaited children's room renovation and expansion project that Pat championed for many years and did not let anyone forget about, and that's why it's starting now. We've finally gotten there thanks to her leadership. The library also is now able to maintain a presence all over town, not just in the physical library building. As a board, we are drama-free, thankfully, and able to respond to changing circumstances within the library, thanks to Pat's guidance and training. I know that I am not the only board president or trustee on this call who thinks, what would Pat do when trying to make a hard decision? I always think that to myself, and it really is very helpful, even in non-library matters. Pat's commitment to service has impacted so much in Cranford and not just at the library. Thanks to her participation on many other local boards and committees, in addition to the library, such as the Historic Preservation Board, the Pedestrian Safety Commission, and the Environmental Commission, Cranford is a wonderful place to live. At the library, we miss Pat's friendship and her leadership tremendously, but we will keep moving forward as she taught us so well and keep trying to make her proud. We want to thank her for all she has done and let her know how much we miss her and wish that we could see her. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, thank you, Susan. That was lovely, and I'm sure that Pat appreciates it. And again, we are all here indebted to Pat Pavlov for what she has done. So now I have to kind of foster on and do this presentation without my partner. So I will go ahead. Again, I'm sure that Bob will be monitoring the Q&A to see if there are any questions as we go along. So.
Yep, I may have my video off, but I am here, and
Bob is there.
If you need anything,
He's there you go.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
All right, take it away.
All right, so my title of my presentation is I'm a new library trustee, now what? And some of you may have been trustees for a few years, but I think there's always something to learn from these presentations. Let me just briefly introduce myself. My name is Pat Tumulty. I am a consultant with the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. Hopefully you're all members of the Library Trustee Association, so I'm the one who sends out the updates. I'm the one that keeps your database going. Those are the kinds of things I do. I also am involved with a consulting firm called Library Crossroads Consulting, and we do strategic planning and director searches and things like that for libraries in New Jersey. I am retired, but in my past life, I was the executive director of the New Jersey Library Association for over 30 years. So when I hear Michael Cerrone talk about some of those pieces of legislation that have helped transform libraries, I'm very proud to have been a part of that. So let me go on to now to the most important thing, what you're going to do to be a library trustee. So let's just talk about the framework. The library board is appointed to work with the director. And when this partnership works well, the library benefits. And when the partnership is strained, the library suffers. So how can you ensure that that partnership between the library director and the board is healthy? That is obviously your most important role. The keys to success are collaboration, communication, and cultivation. You know, there has to be cultivation between the library board and the director. You know, you are charged with specific legal responsibilities, and we're going to go over from that, some of those. So make sure you know what those responsibilities are. And we're to ensure that you do this within the framework of your bylaws, which Michael Cerrone mentioned before. And the bylaws help you know what the library needs to function, your rules, your agendas, your committee structure, etc. Now, many of you, this is March, so if you were appointed in February or January, February, you've probably only gone to a few board meetings. But here we just gave you an outline of what a typical board meeting should consist of. The open public meeting statement, the approval of minutes, the board president's report, the director's report, the financial reports, committees, new business, old business, and public comments. Why I put this in is because I think that structure of how a board functions is extremely important for every new trustee to know. You have to understand, in essence, the rhythm of the board. What is the generally accepted procedures of which your board is going to operate? Now we're going to talk about the responsibilities of the library board. First, as Michael also said, is you're to secure funding for the successful operation of the library. You supervise and evaluate the library director. You develop and evaluate and monitor the library's budget. You establish policies that support the mission of the library. You develop and periodically review short and long-term strategic plans. And again, you establish the bylaws that govern how the library operates. So just again, Michael Cerrone talked about this, but the fundamental library law is that you get what's called 1/3 of a mil on each $1,000 of equalized property. Now, people get kind of confused what that is. I like to just say it's about $33 on a $100,000 home. So I think that helps kind of bring it down when we listen to it. And then when you see your tax rate on your bill, you have an understanding of where that comes from. So it's about $33 on a $100,000 home. The municipality, as Michael told you, may choose to fund you more, but other sources of funding that you can get are state aid, federal aid, and capital projects. So let's talk about just some of those responsibilities. And I'm going to put whether they're shared responsibilities in my mind or just your unique responsibility. And I do believe the development of the budget is a shared responsibility. Many libraries have a finance committee. So the board works with the director to create a budget. And again, I've tried to list the kinds of things you have to know. You've got to look at your income and expenses, look at last year's budget, look at your thinking about offering any new services and programs in the next year and what that will mean in terms of your budget. You know, the final version of every budget is presented to the full board for your vote. And the library budget should be presented to the governing body. Now that kind of varies within communities, but some very successful presentations have been with a library trustee will go to the municipality and present the budget. Again, the municipality on your 1/3 of a mil cannot tell you how to spend your money. But I think it's important that you let them know how you are spending their money so that they understand what programs and services the library board believes is important to bring to the community. And again, monitoring the budget is a shared responsibility. You're going to get budget reports every month. And I think it was very important when Michael Cerrone said, it's really important that you must get it audited every year. And you should have an independent auditor, because I think that keeps things very, for lack of a better word, clean and whatever. You're not using a municipal's auditor. You're coming with an auditor who should be familiar with library law so that they can look at your expenditures and see what you're doing. But again, monitoring the budget every year, monthly, is extremely important. Now, if it's a month when you had like a lot of heating bills, you better make sure that you have enough in your budget to get you into the end of the year. That's your responsibility. You need to talk to the director if things are out of whack, or if something happened that you're going to have to make adjustments to the budget, because it's your responsibility to keep that library and the doors open for 12 months. Policies. I'm going to talk a little bit more. I know in the afternoon we have a representative from the American Library Association talking about policies, but policies are shared responsibility. And by policies are, what are the policies of the board? What are the policies? Many of the policies should be things like your hours open, your policies on circulating book materials, things like that. These are library policies, a dress code policy. These are all policies. Now, the library board develops with the director the policies. The board adopts the policies. You definitely should have your policies on the library website so that the public understands the policies that you have. But remember, you're setting policies. You don't develop procedures. There's a subtle difference, and procedures belong to the library director. We talk basically about the bylaws. There are examples of bylaws that we can provide for you, but the bylaws are how you're going to operate the library, how you're going to particularly operate your meetings. So it deals with how the board functions. They should be written. The bylaws state what can be discussed at board meetings. The library board is subject to the Open Public Meetings Law. And examples of things covered by bylaws include election of officers, description of standing committees, duties of officers, etc. So one of the things that you should have gotten as new trustees is a copy of your bylaws. This is an important piece of information for every trustee. Strategic planning is also a shared responsibility between the library director and the board. So you need to set long and short-term goals for your library. You know, when I first started in the library business many, many years ago, we thought 5-year strategic plans were just great. You know, we could set about a 5-year plan, develop things periodically, but that no longer holds true. Probably a 3-year strategic plan is about as long as a library can go now. And so what you're looking at is, what are the long and short-term goals of the library? I think some of the things that were discussed with Michael's presentation. Do we need to be looking at new services? Do we need to be looking at our building? What can we do? These are long-term strategic goals. Looking at the important things about the library's role in the community and what's happening in your community that could impact the library. And why I say that is, you know, now we're in 2024. The 2020 census, when that was released, gave us a lot of information, a lot of new information about our populations, the kinds of communities we're serving. So those are the kinds of things that you should look at in terms of a strategic plan. And the plan should be reviewed annually by the board. In general, the director will come and give you some specifics about how they're implementing the plan with the staff, but you should look at it. You should be aware of things that are going on. For example, if you're going to have a new housing development in your town within the next year, how does that number of new families impact the library? Will there be younger children, or is there a senior citizen center being developed? All of these things impact how you provide library services to your community and should be part of a strategic plan. And you work with your director to develop it. Now, the library director, if we talked before, this is your primary responsibility. You are the people who hire the library director, you set their salary, and you evaluate the library director every year. That is your responsibility. The library director reports to the board. The library director, again, his or her performance should be reviewed annually, and it should be in writing. I mean, you do not say that, well, there's no problem with our library director. Everything is just great. Well, if it is, put that in writing. I have seen far too many times when maybe 2 years later, a board says, well, we're having difficulties with our library director. And we'll say, well, has there anything been documented? Have you had any discussions with the library director about improving the performance or things that the board wants to see improved? And 9 times out of 10, we'll be told no. I hate to say it, but legally, you don't really have almost a leg to stand on if you're trying to ask that or remove that library director. So it is your obligation to set annual goals for your director and to do a written performance evaluation. And again, stressed in Michael's presentation, you do not supervise any other staff members. It is the library director who supervises the staff. But you and you alone are the one who supervises the library director. But one of the big roles of your library is to advocate for your library. You've been appointed because you represent the community. We'd like to indicate that you should probably have business cards that indicate that you're a trustee. You should utilize your community connections. You should participate in library activities like National Library Week. I'll just step aside. This morning when I was opening up the newspaper, the Star Ledger has a tremendous article on the front page of the electronic version of NJ.com. It says, 49 cool things available in New Jersey libraries, from VCR headsets to bongos to wedding dresses. It's a really interesting article. But why I bring that up is, do you know the interesting things that are at your library? If somebody were to ask you, what's Libby? Or how do I use this service? You need to know those things because the public looks to you as a representative of the library. So we encourage you to participate in as many programs at the library as you can, to understand the services that the library offers, because you may be asked to be the person who speaks for the library. The director cannot be everywhere. Trustees are the community activist members. So we talk about what you're doing here today, and you have individual responsibilities. We talked about this a little bit under Michael's thing. You have to take the oath of office. You have to file those financial disclosure forms. You should be prepared for every meeting by doing the required readings. People do not like to be sitting there and seeing you scrolling through your phones at the beginning of the meeting to try to figure out what documents you're going to be talking about. Generally, they're sent out several days before the board meeting. So please familiarize yourself of what the agenda is and what topics you're going to be discussing. You should serve on committees if the structure of the library was with committees, because because the board president can't do everything, nor can the director. When I talked about shared responsibilities, you need to have committees that help the director and the board president get to where you're going. You should support board decisions. Now, that's a really interesting thing. We know that often there can be discussions within a board about a specific policy, and we encourage you to let your opinions be known. But once the board as a whole adopts a policy, you should back it. You can't go out and say to your neighbors, well, the rest of them said this. I didn't want it. Oh, no, not me. But the rest of the board did. You're a board of the whole. You have a responsibility to express your opinion, but once the board makes an action, you should support that. And you should do continuing education activities. This is one of the most important, but the state library and NJLTA periodically have asked the director or trustee questions, Zoom meetings. We encourage you to participate in all those. There are other examples of continuing education that you can take. You can attend the New Jersey Library Association Conference, which is coming up in May, which is a tremendous CE opportunity where there are many, many programs of interest to trustees. Also at the Library Association Conference, you can meet many vendors who may be doing products and services that are important to your library. So it's a good way of understanding what's happening in the broader library community. But getting your CE, even though there's only a minimum library requirement per board, you have a personal responsibility to maintain a continuing education alliance for yourself. And then again, we'll talk about advocate for your library. That is the most important thing. You're all important. You're all been appointed. Many of you have many, many community connections. Use those community connections in support of the library. Another thing is, what type of library do you serve? And I think that was, again, we have municipal libraries, we have county libraries, and we have association libraries. And you really should know what form of government you have. As brought up, public libraries were established by referendum. That is the only way you get a public library. So you should know when your library was established. And many times they were established in the early 1900s, although we still have libraries being established even in 2020. So you need to know what type of library you have. You should know the names of your elected officials, not just your council, but who are your state representatives, who's your state senator, who's your state members of the assembly, and they should know you as a member of a library board. You should invite them to library activities because you represent that library. And again, what's your budget? Do you only get the minimum 1/3 of a mil? And what kind of restraints can that have on your budget? You have to understand what your budgeting is and how that impacts the kind of services you can give your library. You should also know about local and state laws pertaining to libraries. Michael went over many of those, such as the Open Public Meetings Act, the Open Records Act. There are a lot of laws that impact public libraries and therefore trustees that you need to be aware of. You need to know about current legislation affecting libraries. There is currently a right to read bill in the legislature that's going forward. What does that have to do with your library? And you should join the professional associations that are here to help libraries and trustees. As I said, the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, we have approximately 1,700 members, but not every library or every trustee is a member. So I can look up and see if you are, because I have that database right here on my kitchen table. So, but it's important that you are, because we send out frequently notices to trustees about important information they need to know. Periodically, and not necessarily with the strategic plan, but maybe once a year, the library should actually do a board as a whole, do sort of a self-evaluation, you know? And these are the kinds of things you should think about. Do we communicate our mission well to the residents of our community? Do they know what we're trying to do here with the library? How do we communicate to our fellow neighbors, our friends, what the library is doing? Do we help secure funding to support the mission of our library? And again, we talked about the minimum 1/3 of a mil, but in many cases, libraries may want to ask the municipality for additional funds. How do you frame those questions? How do you know to what kind of information you need to go to your municipality and say, well, we really need to hire one more staff person, one more librarian. And that may cost us $100,000 more, salary and wages and benefits. But this is what we would get for it. So you need to be able to express the needs of your library to your local community. Again, do you have a strategic plan? Do you take advantage of continuing education opportunities? And that may be a good thing to talk about in a board. If a board for today, many of you are here, are you going to go back to your board meeting in April and say, I was here at the new trustee orientation. This is what I learned. This is what I think we should do in the future. I think every time you go to a continuing education program, you need to share that back with the other members of your board. Let them know what you've done and what you would like to know better. There's often libraries have staff days, and sometimes trustees also participate in those. They're really good bonding exercises for the whole library to discuss where they want to go and what is the future director of the library. Do you cooperate with other library groups? We have many very successful cooperative library organizations in the state. And I'll just say some: Buckles, Maine, PALS Plus, those kinds of library organizations. Every library should be a member of the New Jersey Library Network. And you should know what that is. The network is all of the libraries, both public, school, academic, and special throughout the state, working together. It's the mainstay of interlibrary loan. It helps by shared databases. So you really, when somebody talks about the New Jersey Library Network, do you know what that is? Because it's an essential piece of library services in New Jersey. And the last thing that we could do at a library board is, how can we do something better? You know, what are we doing? Can we be at more community groups? How do we serve our community in a better, more positive way? Now, unfortunately, sometimes there are problems with trustees. You're a group of individuals. You're not monolithic. So sometimes there's conflicts of interest. People come with personal agendas for one specific issue that they have, even though they're being appointed for 5 years. So there's going to be a lot of things that'll be happening during that time. Again, as I mentioned, lack of proper preparation for meetings. You're not sure what the topics are. You're going to be voting on a policy, but you haven't actually read the policy. You really have a very major responsibility making sure that you are ready for a library board meeting. And again, inappropriate interactions with staff. That's a very difficult one, we know, because many of you know people, your neighbors may work at the library, but you have to be able to draw that line between being a trustee and being a neighbor, because you have a role. If your friend complains to you about the library, you say, well, maybe you should take that up with the director, because I can't do that. So I think you need to know what that is. Sometimes, as I said, there's an inability to work with others. And I think Susan sort of said that. Sometimes boards can have drama. Not again saying that you can't disagree. But after you've made a board policy, to say come back the next month and do it over again, that causes drama. That serves nobody's purpose. You want to move the library forward. That's your goal. That's what you want to do. And then interference with the library director's job. Again, that is such a key thing. You have hired that person. You are giving them goals to achieve. They are to report to you once a month. And if you have questions, the board report from the director should be very, I would say, detailed about what's going on in the library. So you can ask questions of the director at that time, but you do not interfere with the library director's job. Only when you see that the evaluation and you come back. By interfering with that, I mean going up to the circulation desk and saying, oh, don't worry about that fine. It's okay. So know about those things. So again, let me just say, these are your keys to success. You collaborate as a board, you communicate with each other and with your community, and you cultivate library relationships for the library. You have those community connections. Make sure that you're using them for the library. I just put in this thing about lessons from COVID, because if you're a new trustee, and even if you're a returning trustee, just tell you how involved the trustees got involved in continuing to provide library services during COVID. It was a very challenging time. And often library policies had to be changed very quickly. So library boards had to make some very important decisions. Many of you knew about the grab and go, where you couldn't come into the library, but they had to set up a policy so that your staff could get books and have them out for them. So hopefully this will not happen again. But what I learned from that was that it was imperative for the library board and the director to keep in importantly close contact and able to, in other words, survive that crisis and continue to provide excellent library service. And as a library patron, I am very proud of the way I saw our libraries respond throughout the state during COVID. And many of that was due to the excellent work of directors working with a committed board of trustees. So again, communication, I guess I can't say it enough. Make sure that when you communicate with each other as a board, or when you communicate outside as representatives of the board, make sure that your communication is clear and effective. Again, nobody likes surprises. Again, if you think there should be something that be on the library board agenda, you contact the board president ahead of time and ask that that item be on the agenda. Don't bring it up in the middle of a board meeting like, oh, now I'd like to discuss why we closed at 2 o'clock last Sunday or something like that. I mean, you need to make sure that if you have an item that you want to discuss, an appropriate item, you bring it to the board president's attention. The board president sets the agenda, and then it will be an appropriate time for the entire board to discuss that need. So, and again, you're the best advocates for your library. Do whatever you can to promote the library in your community. Again, cultivating relationships. Cultivate relationships among your board members. Hopefully you know them beyond just coming to a board meeting once a month. You know a little bit about them. You know also perhaps where they work, what other organizations they're involved in. If they have some fundraising activity for another organization that they're involved in, maybe you should attend. Maybe you should support your other trustees in things that can help them. It's important that you are there for them too, because you need to work together as a board and you need to understand the skills and the abilities of your current board members. If you just have board members and you don't know that somebody perhaps has a master's degree in accounting, that would be important for the board to know. So you should know these things about each other. When a new board member is introduced, maybe they could spend a few minutes telling their background, maybe how long they've lived in town, more importantly, what kind of books they like to read, things like that. But know things about your other board members that make you feel much more comfortable with working with them as a board. Understand that and tap into the skills of your other trustees. As I said, they may belong to other organizations that are very helpful to the board, and you should know what they are and how to utilize those connections. Again, communication is vital. I guess I keep saying this over and over again, but I can't think of anything else to say about it. It is the message I want to drive home to you today. You do not just show up for board meetings once a month and that's it. You never think about being a library board member any other time. It doesn't come up in your conversations with your friends. You don't talk about it. No. You become a conduit of information about the library all the other days when the library board doesn't meet. That day that you meet as a board, that's important, but equally as important is how you represent the library on the other days. And then there are lots of resources out there for trustees. The state library has a page that's developed for library trustees. There is the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, and we put things up on our website. We try to look for important newspaper articles that are important for trustees. For example, I just pointed out this one about the 49 cool things you can find in your libraries. But in the past, perhaps month, I've seen library articles in the newspapers about the role of social workers in public libraries in New Jersey and how important that is. What do you know about that? Does your library have a library social worker? Why do some libraries have social workers? There were other things about how libraries are getting very frustrated with being able to provide as many ebooks, e-content to the public. Most people don't understand that when a library tries to buy an electronic resource, either an ebook, that the publishers charge them much more than when you see it on your own little Kindle. And people get very frustrated because they say, you know, I wanted to read this book from the library, but I'm like 155th on the wait list. And they don't understand the complexity of trying to buy enough materials to fill all those needs. So you need to understand some of the bigger issues that are facing the library community, such as funding for e-materials, which is a huge issue as they become more popular. But how do we pay for that? How do we satisfy those needs for the public? And one of the things about being a trustee now is that, you know, when I was back in my day, all you had to do was buy a book. Now you have to buy it in a whole variety of formats in order to satisfy the needs of your communities. So you have to be very well aware of the financial pressures that your libraries are under. So again, make sure that you are a member of these organizations. The American Library Association has a special division for trustees and friends. It's called United for Libraries. So you can go to the ALA.org website and look for United for Libraries. There's a lot of free material on there. It is a membership organization also, but there's lots of free material listed on there also, so that you can utilize that and bring that back to your own board. And so I just end with this, you know, establishing a good working partnership with your library is the key to a successful library. It is the partnership. Library trustees are appointed to work for the good of the library and the community. Together, as a library board, you will advocate for the library, you will secure funding for resources you need, and you will develop policies that will make the library open, positive resource in the community. Together, you will make the library the best it can be. So I congratulate you all for being new trustees and wish you good luck. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. We have a few questions.
Okay.
First one is for the director's performance review, what cadence is typical? Quarterly, biannually, or annually?
Well, I would say for the first, when you first hire a director, you might want to do a quarterly, but after that, it's probably annually.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another person wanted to mention that since 2004, the state ethics rules do not preclude having a trustee also serve as library counsel. So that's something that we can look into and possibly adjust our trustee manual and things like that.
Okay.
Maybe talk to Michael about that or something
Yeah, we
like
could
that.
talk, because I was not aware of that.
Yeah. I mean, we're not attorneys, so
No, we're not
you know,
attorneys, and
yeah.
but we always say you should have, and again, that's an interesting point. It may not preclude it, but you may feel sometimes that that could be a conflict of interest when you're both doing your work as a trustee and then your work as an attorney. Back to the auditor and the library, we always recommend that you have an independent auditor and an independent lawyer. Now, maybe you can have a lawyer on your board to do that, and that is something we can look into.
Yeah, I mean, especially for libraries that are not as well funded,
Right, very
and
small
small,
libraries.
you know, to have to kind of, you know, I mean, we always say we'd rather have, we want all libraries to be represented by an attorney, and we kind of say that, you know, libraries should shy away from using the town's attorney, because what if they have a disagreement with the town, and then suddenly the town attorney is representing the town and the library has no attorney. So in those cases, where the library wouldn't be able to afford an attorney any other way. If that is the case, that those rules allow that, then that could be an option for some libraries if they're in that situation.
And we don't think you have to hire an attorney for, the attorney doesn't have to come there and sit through all your board meetings, by no means. You can have what's on retainer, and then you only call them up when you have specific questions that the board needs resolved.
Yep. So can you please speak to how trustees can strike a balance between interacting with library staff without being interfering or influencing behavior?
It's a very, you bring up the tricky question of the thing. As I said, trying to strike that balance of being friendly with your staff, but recognizing that it is the director who supervises them. So you can look at the director's report sometimes and see if there are things that you think may need further discussion that might impact the staff. And you can ask that kind of question in general. The policy is this. How will that impact the staff? And get the feedback from the director. But in the end, we've all worked at places where you have one leader and you have to be able to follow that. You have to be friendly with the staff, because the staff is the people who face your public day in and day out. But in terms of actually supervising them or asking them certain specific things, I think it's difficult. We do, back to the question about, in some of the strategic planning work that I have done, we have had staff surveys, but they all have to be anonymous, because that becomes very difficult if you can, link a specific comment to a specific.
Yeah, it could be retaliation and things like that. It becomes
very, very difficult then for a future working relationship in the library.
Okay, we have two questions that really pertain to me and the mountain of work I have. And that is, when will the New Jersey Library Trustee Manual be updated? And my answer to that is, it is on my list of things to do. That list is very long and stuff, and we want to make sure that we update it correctly. What I will also say is that we at the state library, specifically myself and Jen Nelson, the state librarian, are working on the readoption of the regulations for state aid and the New Jersey Library Network. And those regulations are due to expire in 2025. So we'll be, we've started on that path to readopt them, and there will be some changes. And so my answer about the trustee manual is, we can update it, but might be a little bit of a light update until those new regulations come out, and then we can do a larger update with those types of things in mind, the new regulations and stuff, because those will impact that. Okay, two more questions. How do you deal with a trustee who is overstepping the bounds? What recourse do you have if the behavior continues?
Again, if the trustee is overstepping the bounds, I would assume you mean in a board meeting or to other trustees. Unfortunately, it becomes the board president's kind of responsibility to, for the lack of a better term, herding cats. You have to figure out, the board president has to be the arbiter between those kinds of things. When you're, I guess I'm a little confused by what overstepping bounds in a board meeting or overstepping bounds with staff. If the director finds out that a specific board member has been overstepping bounds with staff, I think the director should talk to the board president. The board president does have a responsibility to see that the board as a whole runs smoothly. That may mean some difficult conversations, but I think it needs to be brought up by the board president.
Okay. And last question. This is in response to you talking about some libraries having social workers. What role do libraries play with social work and things like that? Do you have any insight as to
I think
what would make a library want to have a social worker on staff?
Well, I think what we are finding in many situations is that, particularly, I won't say exclusively, but in urban areas where you have people who have no idea how to interact with maybe the services that are available to them. So many questions that we used to get, we would just refer them, we would just say, here's a piece of paper, go do this, do that. But a social worker really in a library can provide some really in-depth kind of guidance for an individual, because interacting with the social safety net of our world right now is sometimes a complicated issue. If a person comes and says, I need money for rent. So how does the social worker help find organizations that might be able to help that person with rent? But they may also have issues about, well, my husband needs to get his driver's license, or I need to figure out how to find a good food bank for my family. They're all kind of interrelated, complicated things that just one answer doesn't help. And a social worker can often bring together a whole variety of resources to help that individual be better served by your community.
Excellent. All right, that's all the questions we have. Michelle?
Yeah, thanks so much, Pat. And I just, since we have a couple minutes before lunch, I would just like to say on behalf of Bob and I that over the years, it has been our pleasure to work with Pat Pavlak and you, Pat. We've done so many presentations together. Pat was just phenomenal to work with. She was really a phenomenal president of NJLTA. Just a nice person too. And so we have enjoyed the relationship that we had with the state library with her over the years, and certainly wish her well. And also want to welcome Pat Massey. And Pat, I see that you're here, and Bob and I look forward to working with you too. So we'll start the relationship off. I know on a good note, because you're also named Pat, so we can continue.
Yeah, there you go. We keep the streak alive.
Oh, please. Pat, you did a fabulous job. And you know what? I've attended a number of these things, the institute and the trustee check-ins. I still learn something every time. So yeah, no, it's fabulous. Thank you. And thank you for welcoming me. I really have gigantic shoes to fill.
You will do fine. And, I think we work well together as a team, and we look forward to you joining us, on these presentations, and it'll be just fine. But I just wanted to take a moment for Bob and I to just, recognize Pat Pavlak too.
Thank you. But I think Pat Massey made a great point. You think you know everything about trustee education? Nope. Every time we do something, we all learn something else.
Every time.
That in mind. Yep.
Yeah, and the other funny thing about it is we never seem to get the same question twice.
No, exactly.
You think you know the answer, and then there's just kind of a little twist to it. And then just allow me to put up one more plug in, because strategic planning did come up, I think, with Michael Cerrone. It came up with Pat here, and I want to just let you all know that NJLTA and the New Jersey State Library is sponsoring a 5-part virtual strategic planning series. And this is going to be like a community focused strategic planning series. It starts in April and May. I'm not quite sure the dates. Bob might have them.
April 2nd is the first
one, and then it's like every couple of weeks. It starts at 7
every 2 weeks after that.
90 minutes long, and there's 5 sessions. And at the end, it is sort of a new way of writing a strategic plan. And the research Alliance Research Group, the 2 women that are putting on the programs are just really excellent. And the whole point is for you to attend with your director. So we're asking that the director and one trustee at least attend together and attend all of those meetings. It is free, but the whole point is that you will come out of after these 5 sessions with a full strategic plan for your library. So there's plenty of time. You can still sign up. I know NJLTA has sent out information about the signups. We sent out information on NJ Pub Libs, which is like the director's listserv, and it's also on our website. And I know that Bob
I
and
just posted it in the chat too.
okay, Bob sent you the link, and I'm sure that Pat will, through the newsletter and JLTA, be sending out another announcement.
Mhm.
So we really hope you'll join us for that series.
It's on the NJLTA website also. Yeah.
Okay. And so with that, everybody take a break for lunch. We'll meet back here at 12:05 for Kathy Alloway talking about working with elected officials. So
Yep.
enjoy lunch, everyone. Thank you, Pat.
Yep. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay, I see people have come back in, so I want to just say welcome back from lunch. I don't know where you all are coming from in New Jersey today, but it's absolutely pouring rain over here. And as soon as we get started, I had to take my dog out, and I know she's not going to want to go, so that's going to be a struggle. But welcome back for lunch. We have really a good 3 programs for you. I know it was a busy morning, but we have some great topics for you now too. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce Kathy Alloway, who is a consultant with the Library Strategies Consulting Group. And she also is a retired director, retired as of 2021. Lucky you, Kathy, from SLO Library in State College, Pennsylvania. So Kathy has presented with us from time to time over the years. We really enjoy her presentations, and today she's going to be talking about working with elected officials. And Kathy, I'll turn it over to you, and welcome and thank you for being here today with us.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to be working back in New Jersey, and I am going to start sharing my screen with you. Today's presentation is going to emphasize connecting with your local elected officials. I saw that 99% of New Jersey library revenue comes from local sources. So those are the people that you really want to bond with. But these tactics can also work well with state and even federal officials, as you're about to see. So let me go over a little bit about myself. When I retired, I had been in public library administration for over 30 years. 2 of my jobs, the libraries, were a department of a local government entity. So just for fun, at my retirement party, I decided to count this up. And I think I've sat through more than 10,000 hours of government meetings. That's a lot of meetings. And in addition to sharing what I've learned through attending all those meetings, I asked a dozen trusted colleagues of mine for input. Because as you know, in today's world, the political scene at every level has gotten very, very divisive. And I just said, what should I tell these wonderful people about the best way to work with elected officials? So I asked my buddies who are township supervisors and got some really good comments that I can include here today. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about these meetings. Some of them were so boring to sit through. They took me away from my family at night. But in the end, it allowed me to establish a relationship with elected officials. I was able to chit chat with them and township staff before and after the meetings. And gradually over time, I became a known, trusted person. We would share hobbies or, other things like that that kind of bonded us. And in the end, it made cooperation possible, even when we were in disagreement, and mutual respect became the norm. This is not because I have a special gift for schmoozing, believe me, I don't. But I have a genuine interest and passion about libraries, and they just seem to pick up on that. So, what I'm going to do is go over a little bit about who are elected officials, what are they like? And then 9 best practices that are in groups of 3. There's like a lucky shamrock of good practices for you. And along the way, Bob is going to be monitoring the chat for questions you may have. I may pause during the talk to take 1 or 2, But if you do have a question, I will take most of them at the end. So let's think for a minute about what it's like to be a local elected official in New Jersey right now. You have 21 counties and 564 municipalities. So there's a lot of these elected officials. Only about 3% of Americans have ever held any kind of elected office. The major reason is because they know it's hard work. But the other problem right now, according to the Pew Research Center, is that only 15% of Americans think elected officials run to do public good. There is a terrible distrust right now of elected officials at all levels, which is a shame. Because I bet, like most of you, and most of the local elected officials I've worked with over the years, they're really good people. They're dedicated to public service. The vast majority of them have not aspired to be governor or senator or anything like that. And their work is just so challenging. Everybody wants something from them. They get midnight phone calls. They're always hearing from angry residents, not ones who are pleased. They have to deal with arcane municipal laws. Some of them have to go out and campaign so they can run it for another term. They're dealing with citizens, fellow elected officials, paid staff, contractors, and they have to make sure government service keeps going in challenging situations. I mean, that's a lot to ask of anybody. It really, really is. Now, early in my career, I learned from some of the best mentors, and I noticed when I was a branch manager that my bosses were very deferential, anxious, or edgy whenever an elected official entered the library. This is meant to make you laugh a little bit. So I got trained and conditioned to jump when an elected official came into the building. You know, did I solve their problem? What could I do for them? Put out the red carpet. And then after they left, I would really sweat it like, did I just do anything to hurt my library appropriation or my reputation? But over the years, as I got to know more of them, I shifted from fear to appreciation and even respect. So I'm going to share these best practices. And on the slides, they seem simple, but they do require some effort, especially a time investment. So let me get right into it. Step one is it starts with you. You want to be the best trustee possible. And you just heard from Pat in this workshop about the roles and responsibilities of trustees. But to really be a super trustee, all of the elected officials I interviewed for this talk said they want trustees to use the library. You need to champion the library. Now, let me say at this point that I know many of you in New Jersey are appointed by mayors or township officials. And sometimes when people volunteer as citizens for civic service, you get the library board, but that's not what your first choice was. I'm sure that many of you approached your township, for example, and really wanted to be on the sewer or mosquito control board. I mean, that's probably where your heart is. And then you end up being assigned to the library board. Well, whatever. I'm glad you're here. As a library trustee, you are in a very special space in community life. And I do want to thank you for all your work on behalf of public libraries. But anyway, here you are, a trustee, whether you were appointed or the library board got you in some way. And I'm going to go through more of each of these steps. And by the way, this graphic, I'm sorry about the pixelation. It's actually the New Jersey Super Librarian marketing campaign in the 1990s. I have fond memories of that. I still have the bookmarks and logos. And there's no reason why this can't extend to you being a super trustee. So here's my good friend Denny Haymeister, Township Supervisor, Harris Township, Pennsylvania. And he and all the other ones said, I expect the trustees we appoint to use the library. Over the years, most of my trustees have done that. They would stop in at least once a month for a legitimate personal cause or just to check things out. But I did have a few that would only show up for the trustee meeting. you've got to use the library and really see what's going on. This is a picture of Denny at SCLO Library with our bear mascot. But I want to tell a story to you to illustrate how important this is. We had a special needs adult that regularly came to SCLO with a personal health aid. This was an older man. He was mentally and behaviorally challenged, and sometimes he would have verbal outbursts or other strange behavior in the library. But the staff knew how to deal with him, and there was one staffer in particular. So one day, Denny's co-supervisor, Bud, happened to be in the library. He used to like to read magazines in between appointments. And he witnessed an encounter between this man, whose name was Ronald, and our staff person, Colleen. And Ronald was distressed about something, and Colleen managed to calm him down and make Ronald feel good. I didn't know anything about Bud witnessing this until a month later. They had a municipal human relations committee where they were talking about wage increases for the next year. And Bud slams his hand down on the counter and says, by the way, I got to tell you, nobody knows what those librarians have to deal with. And he went on to explain that he now saw our staff in a new light because sometimes they act like social workers in their setting, depending on the person coming in. I tell you, his testimony was worth $1 million because he went on to say, I support the wage increases that the library and the other agency staff are getting because dealing with the public is not an easy job. That's the kind of thing that you want to see and use in your role as a trustee. Now, this is a picture of the Fanwood, New Jersey Memorial Library, and it is still on the city website because in 2012, as you all remember, Hurricane Sandy hit your state very hard. That little library was a safe haven for over 5,000 people the week after Hurricane Sandy. They had a natural gas generator, which allowed them to have functioning internet. People were coming in to get warm, to get online, to contact FEMA, friends and family. And during Sandy and other natural disasters, many New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania libraries do the same thing. Government Pilot, a government tech company, has a really good blog of government trends, and they said the most prevalent challenges for local governments these days include natural disasters, aging infrastructure, opioid use, and economic declines. So you're probably scratching your head and wondering, what's the public library going to be able to do with these issues? This has nothing to do with us. We're education and literacy, but you couldn't be more wrong. For example, during natural disasters, libraries have done photo exchanges from after hurricanes. Libraries in Chicago have been heat relief shelters, saving many lives during heat waves. I'm working on a project now with rural libraries in Idaho. They got construction grants to construct small meeting rooms for telehealth visits. Because in Idaho, there are people that live 4 hours out in the mountains or on a remote ranch. They're 4 hours away from the nearest doctor's office or clinic. They actually, it's easier for them to get to a library to do a telehealth call. And in some cases, these outposts don't even have internet. So Idaho's turning into telehealth centers. Some libraries have social services. You get the picture. But if you follow and talk about broader community issues at your board meetings, you're going to position the library as a valuable partner. And that's what the elected officials want to see. And if you're future focused, you're going to make a better impression. Then let's talk about having an elevator speech. All right, pretend you are in Atlantic City and you're about to take the elevator up to the rooftop bar and you're waiting for it and the doors open and oh my gosh, here's Senator Cory Booker. Well, this is the perfect scenario in which to literally use your elevator speech. So I'm making a little fun of this, but basically your elevator speech is for use with elected officials and in many other settings. All it is a short talk about why you love being a trustee and the 3 best things about your local library. You can use it on elected officials, you can use it on donors, you can use it at boring block parties when people don't know what they're talking about. Get them to talk about what they're reading. Tell them that you're excited to be a library trustee. And the kinds of things you could say to Corey are things like, my library is the only free place in town to get the internet. It's heavily used by many residents, and you are helping with federal dollars through the LSTA program because we're connected to Jersey Connect. These kinds of encounters make a big impression on elected officials, so make sure you've got your elevator speech. So that's the first cluster. Bob, do you see any burning questions yet?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. So I'll rumble on into the second cluster. This is the core of what I'm telling you today. And if you remember nothing else, success with elected officials is about slowly building a relationship with them, okay? You want to be familiar so that they know and trust you. And I'm going to go through each of these steps one at a time. I'm going to spend a lot of time on meetings, all right? Now, every year, you probably go with the library director, some trustee will go, and it's your annual budget or appropriation request. We have to do that. It's usually the library director, one or more trustees, sometimes somebody from the Friends. But it's a lot better if 2 to 3 times a year, the library director and/or one or more trustees go to give a non-request library update. I put in the bullets here some of the topics you can cover. Ask to get on the agenda, just a happy, upbeat, 5-minute library report. The other thing is, my elected officials I advised with for this talk, or I consulted, said, don't be afraid to share some problems that might be coming up. For example, when we had a boiler go out and it was an unbudgeted emergency item, I went to the general forum and I said, I want you all to know we're going to go a little over budget this year because this emergency occurred, and they really appreciate getting a heads up about that. So you want to go to these municipal meetings to give short reports. And this is how they're going to get an impression of you or the board in general as high functioning trustees. You should rotate this. I know not everybody wants to go to these meetings, but don't feel this has to be on just the board president. It's also very interesting for you to occasionally show up to a meeting, virtually or in person, when the library's not on the agenda. There might be some other kind of controversial issue. In those situations, you can sit and observe. What is the style? What are the communication habits of the elected officials? Which of them are the active listeners? Who are the ones that are quick to flame? You can learn a lot from that. And it also makes them curious. If a library staffer or a trustee shows up at a meeting and the library's not on the agenda, it makes them curious, and you definitely stand out and they get to know you. The next advice I'll give you is to attend their events. My former boss and good friend Rich Beauray of the Dauphin County Library System was an avid golfer. He wasn't the best golfer, but he would go to a lot of charity events that he knew the county commissioners were going to be at. And that's how he gained their trust. And that's why I have what he said in quotes. Rich attributed a lot of the good relationship he had with local and county elected officials was that he was at the top golf outings, gave him a lot of chance to talk to those people. And if you're not a golfer, and I'm not, there's other opportunities, like maybe the mayor makes his famous pierogies every year at the county fair, or some elected officials will host charity chili cook-offs or something like that. If you know there's an event that they're going to be at, trustees should show up. And I know it costs a little bit of money, or maybe the Friends can help like that, but it is worth every penny for the kinds of informal access you get to them. And again, that's how you build the relationship. That's how you build your visibility. It gives you a connection. So the next time you see the mayor, you can say, hey, mayor, I found out your pierogies sold out. You need to save some for me sometime. It is a really great way to get to know them better. Another way to get to know them is the library puts on its own what I call relationship events. These take a little time and a little bit of money, but these are things like, let's say you have an annual breakfast like we did at SCLO. We would honor the volunteers every year. Anybody who volunteered for the library got invited. We would have a nice brunch, relatively inexpensive. The people that had milestone longevity would get their pins. In some years, we asked elected officials to come and make a few opening remarks. Now, if you tell an elected official they have 5 minutes, it'll be 30 minutes, and you plan accordingly. Don't try to have multiple elected officials at the same event. But you can see from the quote here that my friend Steve Miller, a former township supervisor, said, have these events, let them have a chance to talk, because they want to connect with constituents too. Other things your library can do, and again, you want to work with your staff on this, you can have them be a guest at story time and read one of the picture books to kids. You can have them cut the ribbon the day of the annual book sale, whatever. And then some of you who are in the larger regional or county systems, some of you already have legislative breakfasts where you invite the elected officials in, you give them a tour, you honor them. These are all great things. And again, they are part of that essential relationship building that allows you to get along with elected officials. Now, you heard enough from me about how I have respect for these people. They have really tough jobs. You need to thank them. You need to support and show some empathy. I have been told by lobbyists in the state of Pennsylvania that the library advocacy community does probably the best job of thanking elected officials. That's because it's been drilled into us by the leaders at the Pennsylvania Library Association and other groups here. It's always about thanking, thanking, thanking. Even when they cut us, we have to thank them for the dollars that we do get. And it is sincere because you never know when you're going to be zeroed out of something. So again, before and after budget season, you want to do it. And I'd like to tell you another story. It shocked even me of how a small thank you can go a long way and be very memorable. In 2015, the SCLO Library building had its 10th anniversary. It's a relatively new building. And I knew that the Council of Governments had pitched in a lot of money to make that building happen. And that was before I became director. So the staff, we put our heads together and the staff came up with the idea that at the near the anniversary, that at the COG General Forum monthly meeting, we would present a children's book to each of the 32 elected officials. And we would have a nameplate with their name in it, thanking them for their support of the library. And the staff did a little research work, found out a few people's hobbies. So sure enough, that Monday night, as they walked in, everybody had the children's book at their place and they could open it up. I got up to give my report. I said, to thank you, even if you weren't in your term at the time the building was built, I want to thank COG for building this building, for continuing to support so much to us. Okay, end of story. The meeting ends. I had 7 people rush over to me. They were so full of emotion. How did you know? I love teddy bears and oh my gosh, this was, and the best of all was one of my own township supervisors. He was crying. I am not kidding you. He came up to me with his book. I think it was about trains. And he said, Kathy, I don't know how you found this out. This was a book that my grandfather read to me and I in turn read to my kids. And I got to tell you, I am so moved. This is the best present or honor that I will ever receive as an elected official because this book just means so much to me. And you mean so much to me because you took the time to find this out. Oh my gosh. So think about children's books for elected officials because I was really overwhelmed at the impact that this small gesture had. So now we're into the third cluster, communications. Very similar to some of the tips I already gave you, but these are the 3 points that I want to go through. And again, telling the library story, like these people that were talking about a library at their book club. You need to work with the library staff to collect stories about the library, because one of the key things in advocacy and fundraising is tell the story, tell the story, tell the story. But ironically, it's very hard to get library stories. And finally, after years of experimentation at SCLO, I was able to come upon a methodology that allowed us to gather significant patron quotes, stories about impact and all of that, that allowed us to all tell better stories to elected officials and to others. You see on the screen some of the topics, and the way it worked was every time we had a staff meeting, or every couple of months, I would send an email out. Dear frontline staff, because I'm not on the front desk anymore as a library director, please remember to put into the shared drive any little anecdotes or stories about how you helped someone, something great somebody said about the library. So we had this running document, and it ended up being a treasure trove for the marketing people too. So this is where you expand your elevator speech. Now, you do want to honor patron privacy in these. A lot of times we would only use the first name of the person. And you can also tell your own experience about how you use the library. And by the way, one of these bullets has to do with audio experiences. The fastest growing medium in the United States in the last few, the rise of the audiobook and podcasts. People who listen to audio for hours on end are really interesting people. They're really devoted to audiobooks. And these are people like salesmen, long distance truck drivers, disabled people. But to them, audio is a lifeline of knowledge and learning that has just grown exponentially for them. Their stories can be really, really revealing. Another angle of communications is a lot of government officials have no idea that people's only access to government services is at the library. So let me explain, although you probably know this already. Many state departments in Pennsylvania, and I know in New Jersey too, especially since COVID, you can only interact with them online. There's nobody to pick up the telephone. The local offices are shuttered, or you could wait an hour on hold to talk to a real person. You have to do all this stuff online. And if you don't have a computer, and even if your internet access is through a smartphone, you can't fill out your income taxes on your smartphone. It just doesn't work. The place to get a free computer is at the public library. In addition to that, you can see here that our local district consultant librarian is proactive about this and regularly has the library directors go to their local state senator's office, and they'll stop by and say, do you have any brochures you want us to distribute, any flyers? And it helps them do their job, and they're going to remember that you do that. Sometimes during budget hearings, I have expressed this to the staff of elected officials. I'll say, by the way, did you know that the Social Security office in State College is closed? And we're like the only place that people can come online if they don't have a computer to file their claims and to update their forms. And this aide was shocked. I said, yeah, think about this, that we are a supplemental government service agency and we're open nights and weekends. He wrote it down. I mean, not that much came of it, but it really does get their attention. If you want to know more about how to be a good communicator, these are 2 really good books. The one on the left just came out. This is by Charles Duhigg, he wrote a very wildly popular bestseller about habit, but I heard him on a podcast, and this book is full of all kinds of tools about how to be a good listener and a communicator. And as I was listening to him, I thought, bingo, this all works with elected officials. They're just the kind of skills you need to have. And the book on the right is one that's a little older, but it talks a lot about how you can develop those communication skills that you need. So I'm getting toward the end, and one of the last strategies is recruiting citizen advocates. And there's a reason I have a picture of middle schoolers. On the SCLO library board, we had a middle school teacher, and she was a middle school teacher in a special school district program of a experiential learning program. And she worked with junior high students. And because she was passionate about books and libraries, every year she had her middle school students learn about banned books or some other library topic, and they would advocate for library funding. These teenagers ended up being so persuasive. Every year they had different strategies. Sometimes they would go to elected officials' offices, sometimes they would write letters to the editor, but they ended up being some of our best spokesmen. And I hope that once they turn 18, some of them will, stay here, go to Penn State, and be on the library board. They were totally amazing. You never know where you're going to get citizen advocates from that you will need at last minute's notice. One of the funding municipalities of SCLO Library pulled their funding last year because a drag queen story time had been held at the library before COVID. The interesting thing about it is the drag queen story hour was presented by an outside group that booked our meeting room. It was not a library program. This outside group met all the criteria. They had a constitutional right to use our meeting room. They decided to have a drag queen story hour, but the elected officials of that municipality thought that our board had the power to stop it from happening. We did not think it would be appropriate. They pulled their funding. And we rallied the troops when they cut the funding, who showed up in mass at the municipal meeting. They decided to do what they wanted to anyway, but interestingly, the election results this year were not quite as planned. A new Democrat snuck on there. And although the Republicans who are against the library remain in the majority, I'm not so sure they're going to be long-lived in office. So I don't mention the parties in that I feel one way or the other about either of them. It's just how the battle lines drew out. And so trustees, you need to be prepared for citizen advocates who are going to come at a moment's notice when the library has some trouble brewing. So here are the 9 tips that I gave you. And you're thinking, oh boy, Kathy, you're a consultant, and oh, here's these 9 tips and you seem to know what you're doing, but let me tell you, sometimes it doesn't work. I'm being brutally honest, and I've told you that, what happened with the one municipality. If you are in a situation where you have a hostile elected official, all I can give you are these tips. If they're ranting and raving, or even if they're more calm about their concerns, you always want to listen calmly and respectfully and try to think big picture of all the other terrible things on this elected official's plate. It is so cliche to say, let's find the common ground, but it is something that you should look for, that there's got to be some kind of compromise territory or common ground, so that even if an elected official is demanding that you remove all these harmful LGBTQ books from the library, maybe the common ground is that they're concerned about the mental health of teens in the community, and how can the library play a role in that? Offer solutions. Do continue to educate and the facts. Even though in my case, we talked to these elected officials about meeting room and constitutional rights and the law surrounding it, they stood their ground, but at least they had more facts about meeting room management, which is something not a lot of people know about. You can also, as I just said, rally supporters. And then if things are really, really bad, just take the long view, because at some point, the library is likely to outlast the elected official that is doing all the complaining. That's the best advice I can give you. So with that, I want to thank you so very much for your service. And I'm really looking forward to any questions you might have put in the chat, or you can even put in there that you want to share a story of some success you had with elected officials. Please ask away.
Thanks very much, Kathy. That was great. Do have a couple of questions. The first one, I don't remember the slide this was about, unfortunately, but you probably do. Someone said that they're asking, how did you find out the title ideas thank you for the book idea. How did you find out the title ideas? I'm not sure I remember
Yes.
where that's from.
And before I do that, let me go back and share my screen because one of you asked for the 9 points. So
Mhm.
let me go back to that. Okay, here it is. This is better to look at this than my face. Okay. I think the staff at Tech Services sent emails to the township managers and said, we want to do this thing honoring the elected officials. So can you share without tipping our secret, tipping our hand, do these people have any special hobbies or interests that might help us get a book? And not everybody responded, but some of them did. And then some of the elected officials I knew, like some of them had hobbies that didn't work well, like beer tasting, but we would find something in almost, well, and then some of them, for example, if an elected official is also serving on a county environmental committee, they have some interest or expertise in that. And so we'd get a nature book for them. So it took a little effort, but it was worth it, believe me.
Okay. All right. Clear that away. That way. Okay, and next question or comment is as a former mayor, I would second Kathy's suggestion of showing up at occasional council meetings and giving a library update to the council, and not just showing up at budget time. Elected officials' goals are happy residents living in a well-run town, so tell them how you're contributing to this shared goal.
Oh, thank you. Yes, yes. I'm so glad, and that really is advice well taken. Thank you so much.
Can I just add one thing to that, Kathy, if you don't
Sure.
mind? 'Cause I used to be a library director too I was the library director for 13 years in my own hometown. And whenever I would have to go before council, and I would do exactly what you were saying, don't always go to them just when you need money, you want to go at other times too. But what worked really well for me is when I would bring a library patron with me who was very enthusiastic about the library, and I would let them do the talking, just to tell a story. And my little library actually was like a city and township combined, so we got some funding from both. And I remember, the township, it was a little bit harder to get them to pitch in. But I would bring somebody with me, and I remember somebody on council in the township telling me, he said, that was what really made the difference for me, because I would never say no to Susan. She would kill me if I didn't give them the library more money. So that was like a tactic that kind of like really worked, where it's not just the trustees talking and the director talking, but you actually have someone from the community come in and stand up and tell that story. And I'll bet you'll find there are people that coming into the library that would be you can kind of identify those people, ones that are outgoing and who'd be very good at doing that. So just throw that in as a recommendation too.
That's a brilliant strategy. And one of the ways you can find those people is if your library does an annual fund drive, there are certain donors that will write notes on the form or in a letter with their check that I really want to thank the library. Those are the people you go to, and they would be really great to give the testimonials. Yeah.
Yep. All right, next question. Along the lines of the library being a place where social services are provided, do you have examples where patrons have been offered tax prep services?
Yes, at my library, what is the name of it? I think the acronym is SCORED. It's a group of retired executives, SCORE, but there was one of these groups in town where retired accountants were offering senior citizens and low-income people basic income tax help. And they would do this at the library. That kind of fell apart in COVID, and I'm not sure where they are now. But there are some groups in the United States that on a local level offer this service, and it would be for set hours, like on Thursday morning from 10 to 2 o'clock, and you would have to sign up and book a half-hour appointment. But and that also got people in the building that normally didn't come in. Yeah.
Also, my mom uses her local library every year. AARP comes,
Ah, okay.
and they do that for free. And so my mom's 99, and she still goes there to get her taxes done for free. And they make an appointment and meet with her, and then she goes back to pick them up.
Okay. Last question says, how should we handle a situation in which the mayor is pushing for decisions that we, the trustees appointed by the mayor, disagree with?
That's yeah, in the last slide, when all else fails.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if the mayor's got the support of city council. I don't know all of the particulars, so you have to be very strategic and think through as a board, what are the facts? What are the laws? So let's pretend for a minute in that situation, if I was dealing with the borough of State College, which has a mayor and a borough council, and if the mayor didn't want us to allow the drag queen story time to be held, I think the library, upon consulting with our attorney, would have said, look, there's a constitutional right here for them to book the room. We have no grounds on which to deny them. We could be the recipients of a costly lawsuit. So we need to hold our ground and say, this is what needs to happen. You use facts, you use reason. Then if the mayor was still hell bent on doing this, you have to get local support. I'm seeing this unfold in a borough in Pennsylvania. Actually, it's borough council that has decided to defund their library, and it is a jewel crown of a library in central Pennsylvania that is heavily used. And of course, the library board and others are just so appalled, and lots of people are going to meetings in support of the library. So off the top of my head, that's all I could say is to use facts, use reason, use law to decide if the board's truly going to make a stand and get the rather citizen advocates on your side. If anyone else has ideas, including the mayor who spoke up in chat, please chime in.
All right, that's all the questions in the queue for now.
Kathy, I wanted to say that
Oh, wait, we just got one popped in. I'm sorry to interrupt, Michelle.
I want to comment when you're done too.
Okay. Might you share your perspectives on how a library board and its director ought to explore partnering with the town's Department of Public Works to address facilities management needs?
Yes, in both the Hershey Public Library and here at the Council of Governments, the Public Works Department helped take care of our buildings. And so I inherited these situations, but especially here at the Council of Governments, the Borough of State College provided janitorial and building maintenance. And every year we had a contract with a minimal inflationary cost increase. And it was great. I couldn't have been a library director all these years without consulting or using the Public Works Department's extensive knowledge and tools. So if you have no relationship, have a sit down with the head of Public Works and say, we need some help. Is there some way that we can cooperate and barter or come up with a contractual agreement for some shared services? Elected officials and the public love it when you do things like that.
Okay.
I think especially important to have that discussion with them, and also maybe your emergency responders, and explain why it is so important after a disaster to get the library reopened, to come and, clear trees away or get the electric put back on or whatever, because, the public is going to be coming into your library after whether, it's a man-made disaster or a natural disaster, to use library services. So having that relationship where they're already caring for your property is great. And then, letting them know also, hey, how important it is to get us reopened when something happens, because people are going to be relying on our services.
Yep. All right. No more questions in the queue.
Yeah, I also thought, Kathy, you had a lot of great ideas, and I really liked, and I forget how you said it, but going and somebody would pick up, like, say, all the flyers or information from the municipal offices and like kind of saying, hey, did you know, like, we almost operate like a satellite office for you because, we're open. And like, I never thought of pitching it that way, but I mean, that's exactly what a library does. And I don't think a lot of government offices would really know that. And even though the mayor sits on the municipal library board, they may not be aware of, all of the information that we really do put out about, what's going on in the municipality, or, besides tax forms. Everybody knows that you have the tax forms every year. So that was a new one for me. I thought was really good.
Well, and you reminded me, Michelle, I should have put in this talk, don't underestimate the staff of the elected officials. At whatever level, you get to be buddies with that receptionist or their legislative aides. They are essential, absolutely essential to getting the message across to the politicians.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you once again for your service and for having me. I wish you all well, and I hope that your libraries prosper and that you do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We really appreciate your being here. I hope you have a great rest of the weekend. Thanks for taking time out of your Saturday to be with us.
Sure.
Hey, goodbye. So with that, we do have some time now in between. I think our next comes on at 1:40. And so why don't we just take a short break, and we'll be back for library policy making with Eric Sturstein.
Sounds good. So I'll be back on at like 1:40 or so, Michelle.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Hi, Eric. Hi, Eric. It's Michelle. The presenter just before you got done a little early, so we had an impromptu break. Been a busy day so far.
Well, that's good. You know, it's nice to have a productive Saturday in the mix.
Yeah. I don't know, you could tell we were all a little groggy the first thing in the morning, but starting at 9 o'clock and people kind of slowly filtered in a few minutes late, but we're going. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah.
Just was are you telling me how many of the sessions you were doing a week now?
It's nuts. Yeah, there are seven other presentations that I've got in the queue that I'm trying to get prepared, and that's in addition to like more than another full-time job. This is just kind of like the fun occasional aside, but it's really stacking up.
Yeah, it sounded that way. This is Bob Keith. Yeah, I work with him at the state library, and he does library law, state aid, and statistics, and he also I don't have to do anything but sit here. He does all the Zoom stuff. So.
How you doing, Eric?
I'm good. So do you work with all of the like IMLS reports on public library?
Yep, I'm the state data coordinator as well. So,
Cool.
yep.
I think probably left out a number of other things too, since everybody wears so many hats. But
Yeah, really, it's a lot, especially this time of year when the annual survey just closed and our data submission is going to start soon, and things like that. So it's a busy time of year.
Yeah, the rectification process can be pretty time consuming. When
Yep.
flags pop.
Yep.
yeah. Remember when I did that Cosline conference in Philly last fall, Bob?
Yes.
Yeah. So Eric came and he spoke. He spoke there. He came in person.
Okay.
Made it easy for him today. Because you're out near Pitt. Did you say Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Pittsburgh's right out this window here.
I remember, gosh, now I'm going to forget. I'm going to look it up. Remember I was telling you my daughter was getting married? And you asked the name of the restaurant. I'm going to, second. Let me find it here. It was so cool. It's really cool. I know I have to find a picture of it because it has the name on it, but Il Tetto, was it? Does that sound familiar? Il Tetto?
I have not been to that one.
Let me see.
There was a rooftop one.
Yeah, it was on a roof. It was Siena Mercado.
Yeah. Cool.
I was seeing. Let me see. Can you see that rooftop there?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you heard of that one or?
Yeah. They're it's like multiple levels and they kind of have a different menu based on the floor, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah, I guess so. So that's where it was, and it was super cool. It just really was. Everybody has my daughter didn't even want the wedding to begin with, but everybody has like the barn wedding, and this was just like so completely different. It was really neat. So yeah, that was my first trip to Pittsburgh, and I loved it. We loved it.
Cool.
Neat city.
It is.
All right. Do we want to start?
Is it 1:45 or?
It's 1:44, but it's up to you if you want
I
to
think
hang out for.
I think everyone is probably back in, and so by the time I get done introducing Eric, it will be time to start again. So everyone, we got a little lucky. We had an impromptu break there. So you can never have too many of those. But for our next program, which is library policy making, I want to introduce you to Eric Stroshane, who is the Assistant Director of Member Services in the Office of Intellectual Freedom at ALA, the American Library Association. And so Eric is going to talk today about library policy. And Eric, I'm going to thank you very much for joining us on a Saturday, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you for inviting me out. Nice to see you again, Michelle, even if just virtually this time. Greetings, everyone. My name is Eric. I do library things. I've been doing them for over 2 decades now, and I have variously worked in academic, public, and special libraries. I'm currently employed with the American Library Association, where I work in the Office for Intellectual Freedom, as Michelle mentioned. Before going further, yes, my job title actually is as long as it appears on this slide. I do not have a business card, in part because they'd be too big. It would need to fold out or something, and it's just an engineering problem, which is outside of my areas of expertise. So what is my job exactly with the Office for Intellectual Freedom? Well, my principal role is providing confidential support to librarians, library administrators, including board members like yourselves, and anyone facing efforts to censor the materials and services provided through their library. I also work on the back end with maintaining our database of domestic censorship attempts at public U.S. institutions. I do some things with publications, such as the Journal of Intellectual Freedom and Privacy, and the forthcoming 11th edition of the Intellectual Freedom Manual. I also do professional development and programs like this one, and this is honestly the most fun part of my job. And there are other duties as assigned, such as weekly compilations of news stories pertaining to intellectual freedom and overseeing the recent development and launch of the Book Resumes website, which was also a lot of fun. So what is the American Library Association? Well, ALA is the foremost national organization providing resources to inspire library and information professionals to transform their communities through essential programs and services. For nearly 150 years, ALA has been the trusted source for academic, public school, and special libraries, advocating for the profession and for the library's role in enhancing learning and ensuring access to information for all. What is the Office for Intellectual Freedom? Well, OIF was established in 1967 to implement ALA policies pertaining to intellectual freedom and to educate librarians and the general public about the nature and importance of intellectual freedom in libraries. We advocate for and protect First Amendment rights in libraries. Yes, libraries, which function as bedrock democratic institutions through their provision of access to ideas and information in a fashion free and accessible to all without monitoring or judgment. Okay, so some disclaimers before we get started. First, I do have a ceremonial gavel, but I myself am not a lawyer. I cannot provide legal advice. At points in this presentation, I may refer to legal precedent, principles, or relevant court cases, but all legal questions should be directed to a real lawyer who really represents the library and is really licensed to practice in the great state of New Jersey. I recognize that when I speak, I sometimes laugh and make jokes. This is not because I don't take these matters seriously. Rather, it's because the work I do is heavy and dark, and I simply can't deal with it psychologically without injecting some lightness and levity into it. And finally, I strive to be understanding and accepting of others' perspectives and lived experiences. If I misstep, misspeak, or otherwise offend, please let me know and just kindly do so respectfully. All right. So the term intellectual freedom showed up quite a few times in my bio. So what exactly am I talking about when I talk about intellectual freedom anyways? Well, I'm glad you asked me that slide deck. Intellectual freedom encompasses all the rights the First Amendment protects, including the freedom of speech and the freedom of intellectual pursuit. Essential for this is the tolerance for differing and nonconformist ideas and opinions, and a respect for the autonomy and dignity of every individual and their right to think independently and to form their own ideas and opinions through free and open inquiry. I appreciate the 235-year-old handwritten version is hard to read, so I also typed it out for you at the top there. You might notice that the text does not explicitly mention the freedom of intellectual pursuit. However, courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, have found that the right of voluntary inquiry is essential in order for free speech to be possible and meaningful. Put differently, the government can neither place limits on speech nor can it limit access to speech. As publicly funded institutions, libraries are part of government. And the flip side of intellectual freedom is the suppression of access to ideas and expressions and the silencing of voices. I'm only going to scratch the surface when I talk about censorship with you. I could speak for hours on this topic, and I have. The sole reason I'm delving into it today is because it is important to understand the climate libraries exist in and how that is incredibly different from where we were historically in this landscape. Long story short, right now things are bad, like really, really bad. And in a way we haven't seen since the overlap of the McCarthy era with the civil rights movement and the desegregation of public education. And incidentally, we have paper records documenting domestic censorship attempts at public U.S. institutions going back to 1952, but nothing before 1990 is in our database. So I can't give you a direct number to number data comparison on how things were at that time in our nation's history, but it is at least the most recent anecdotal analog we have to what we're currently experiencing. Okay, so I'm going to take you on a brief journey in heat maps. I was going to include news clippings, but things ran long, so I had to cut what are probably the most entertaining slides, the ones with sex toys and flamethrowers. And I'm doing this just to frame kind of policy guidance that I'll be giving. I'm going to do this super fast because it's not really why I'm here. Okay, so I did say heat maps, but for 2014 through 2020 inclusive, you won't see much change aside from regional variance within statistical norms. So it's almost like looking at a lot of the same map and then some real crazy stuff that happens at the end. Just some notes on our data. It's compiled from the confidential reports made directly to OIF and supplemented by information gleaned from media coverage. We do know that most censorship goes unreported, so this is a snapshot of what's taking place, but the methodology is consistent year to year, so it is useful for monitoring trends. All right. The reason why these maps look so very similar before 2021 is that prior to 2021, book challenges were rare and a whole lot friendlier than they are today. Challenges would almost universally be raised by an individual who actually read the book they were objecting to. Challenges came from across the political spectrum and everything from Babar and Slaughterhouse-Five to Mein Kampf and Captain Underpants. Once the challenge was lodged, a conversation with the library director would ensue, during which the person objecting would be listened to earnestly, and where, without commenting on the specific book, the director would explain the principles of intellectual freedom, how a selection of library materials takes place, which we'll be delving into in a few moments, and then ply the complainant with heartwarming and gratifying statements like, not every book is for every reader, but the library has something to offer everyone seeking to learn. And a librarian would then help that person find something better suited to their personal tastes and interests. If this didn't resolve the problem, and it generally did, a formal process of reviewing the book would begin, which would culminate in sending a thoughtful and detailed letter to the individual informing them of the library's findings. Those determinations were almost universally accepted. Typically, OIF documented around, like this is the average, 275 unique titles challenged each year, and an average of 8 challenges lodged against the most frequently challenged title in that year. That volume of those sorts of challenges persists, but now layered over top of it, we have something else, something different, and something undeniably grim. In 2021, organized censorship efforts led by anti-government extremist groups rapidly expanded. This shows up on the map as a profound shift, not only in the volume of challenges, but in the number of titles included in each incident of attempted censorship. This accelerated further in 2022. At this point, instead of seeing around 275 unique titles challenged a year, we documented over 2,000. Instead of the most challenged book receiving 8 challenges nationwide, it received over 150. In 2022, there were more than 120 titles that received 9 or more challenges, so a sufficient volume that it would have been the most challenged title in almost any preceding year, but was just kind of lost in the sea at this point. It was previously a rare occurrence for more than 12 titles to receive 2 or more challenges a year nationwide. That was because efforts to censor library materials weren't organized, so there weren't shared target lists. It was just what Tom, Jeff, or Harry found offensive in a smattering of communities throughout the country. Against all odds, it got even worse in 2023. This is newly released data, so I want to take a moment to explore some trends we saw that were set last year apart from the earlier stages of this deluge. One thing that's notable is that 99 of the 100 most frequently challenged titles from 2023 are included on the target lists used by these anti-government extremist groups and shared on their websites. The one that wasn't was in a 12-way tie for 98th place with 11 titles that are included on those target lists. Pressure groups that had focused primarily on school libraries in 2021 and 2022 shifted their efforts to include public libraries. Documented censorship instances roughly plateaued and in fact slightly declined from 2022 numbers, but the volume of titles challenged and the number of unique titles both grew significantly. In other words, multi-title challenges, lists of books brought by people who hadn't read them but found reasons to complain about them online, continued to drive these trends. The number and intensity of attacks against professionals working for the public good at schools and libraries increased. And this is one of the most heartbreaking facets of the work that I do day to day. I talk to people when things are going very badly for them. Time and again, I hear stories of how a job someone once loved has become one where they no longer feel safe. I hear about how they dread getting out of bed in the morning. People describe their library as a place that was a sanctuary for them, but where they now fear what's going to happen next. Let's zoom in briefly to check on what this looks like in New Jersey. Well, basically, this is what you'd expect to see based on national data. 2020 is the pre-vaccine pandemic anomaly year, so that's kind of like the very lowest in terms of attempted censorship volume because libraries and schools were primarily closed. Before that, you had an average of 6 documented censorship attempts per year. And when books were targeted in those attempts, they were targeted one at a time and without any kind of focus on a particular title or group of titles. Starting in 2021, organized efforts to censor target lists of books began, and we see that reflected not only in the rise of censorship attempts, but the average number of titles included in each attempt. We also observe a focus on specific titles. From 2014 through 2020, no title was targeted more than once. 2021 through 2023, titles on these lists were targeted multiple times, and the titles receiving more than one challenge are all by LGBTQIA+ or BIPOC authors, and deal with the lived experiences with those who are LGBTQIA+, Black, Indigenous, or people of color in both fiction and nonfiction. But Eric, you're here to talk to us about policies. What policies? Why me? Well, there are a lot of policies relevant to providing excellent and ethical library service. I'll be touching on those most relevant to navigating a fraught and fractious intellectual freedom landscape that I just glossed over for you. And I'm going to do so because policy is an excellent bulwark. It is the most important bulwark against the sorts of organized anti-library and anti-education activities I referenced a moment ago. When groups attempting to circumvent policy by taking complaints directly to the public comments section of a board meeting, which is part of the playbook these groups use, just want to provide some brief guidance before I go into policy. 1, don't comment on specific complaints or titles. Just thank them for their comments. Inform them of the policy and procedures in place for handling those complaints at the library. Don't waver from adherence to your policies. Correct the factual record if warranted, and you're comfortable doing so. If you are forewarned and have remarks prepared on intellectual freedom, you can share these prior to opening for public comment. Otherwise, I'd advise preparing a statement for the next meeting. And while your meetings are open and public, know that they exist principally to conduct the business of the board and so that this isn't utterly derailed. We do have wartime guidance at OIF for such board meetings once groups become involved and begin targeting your library. That is not the subject of this presentation. Just know that without good policies in place and a willingness to abide by them and to speak to them, you will be far more vulnerable. And if you experience these things, reach out to us. We are happy to work with you. That's our job. All right. Now, when I talk to library workers, I get to go through this whole hullabaloo about how amazing it is to work in an ethical profession. But my goodness, y'all are volunteering in an ethical space. And if anything, that's even more extraordinary and admirable. Whether you've seen the Public Library Trustee Ethics Statement before or not, I think we all know that libraries do ethical work. And that's part of why we're drawn to it. Libraries help people. They build and strengthen community, and they do so in accord with guiding principles rooted in both constitutional precepts and a commitment to the public good. I wanted to share this document because it's honestly a pretty amazing introduction to library work and to the role and responsibilities of trustees. while establishing in no uncertain terms that the work is not to recreate the library in your own image or to shape it to reflect your personal views and proclivities, but rather to use your unique and admirable skill sets to support the work of the library as a community hub, serving the needs and interests of everyone in the area. This document is not just an important reminder of your fiduciary responsibilities as a board member, but a set of guiding principles that help you put that responsibility into practice. I recommend including this as part of any new trustees orientation. Reading it, processing it, signing it are genuinely valuable acts. And one practice that can help you uphold your responsibilities is ensuring that the library has good board-approved policies in place, that you are familiar with those policies, and that you're able to speak about their importance for the library and subsequently for all residents of your library's service area. Eric, you've said that more than once. That's because it's important. Okay, now there are 11 statements listed as the ethical commitments of serving as a public library trustee. It was too long to fit on that last slide, but the URL will take you there to see them all. I include that later in the deck as well. Anyhow, importantly, the 11th of these statements reads, trustees shall support the efforts of librarians in resisting censorship of library materials by groups or individuals. Right on. We're ethically opposed to censorship, man. Down, but what all does that entail? Well, there are actually a number of terms under this aegis that are useful for us to have definitions for and shared understanding of. These are all library specific and somewhat jargony terms. So we want to kind of like bring these out of jargon and into a way that they can be framed for public understanding and conversation. Now, as board members, you might get pushback for use of terms like book ban or banning. People will say things like, how can you claim we're trying to ban a book if it's for sale on Amazon or eBay or can be obtained from another library elsewhere in the country? Well, that's because the people whose interests and intellectual pursuits the book was selected to serve, selected by trained professionals in accord with board-approved policy, incidentally, would no longer have free and unrestricted access to those books. And because access to online storefronts and to more geographically distant libraries is something that is not equitably distributed. Or as Sukrit Goswami said, because you don't get to tell me what I can't read. And also, if you don't object to a title being an Amazon or an end cap by the checkout counter at Target, why would you object to it being in a library? It boils down to a matter of privilege, right? Those who are least impacted by the removal of a book from a library are those who aren't reliant on that library for access to it. In other words, people who have resources like broadband internet access service at home, which is allowing me to present to you virtually from way over here, credit cards, transportation, and disposable income. Not everyone has this. One of the things that makes libraries truly special is they democratize access to the means of knowledge creation, to cultural events, to the tools necessary for education, productivity, communication, and inspiration. Okay? Libraries are books, but they're not just books. They're music, they're movies, they're devices and free internet access. They're seldom heard histories. They're art. They're concerts and events. They're meeting places for conversations with friends, neighbors, and strangers. They facilitate self-discovery and foster compassion and understanding for those who are different from ourselves. They're a gateway to education that is open to all, and they're the last truly cross-sectional place in American society, used by people from all backgrounds, means, beliefs, nationalities, ethnicities, educational attainment, political affiliations, etc. Core library policies, policies touching on intellectual freedom, are fundamentally anti-censorship policies. So let's dig in. Okay, this is an excellent grocery list, as it were. I did not have a chance to go grocery shopping earlier this morning, but I will be doing so as soon as this presentation concludes. Neither here nor there. Okay, I'm not going to touch on the last two during this presentation because they're very cut and dry. I'm actually not going to touch on the last three, but the last two, super easy. Essentially for patron privacy, follow New Jersey statute on the confidentiality of patron library use and records. It's a somewhat obscure statute, so the value of placing it within your policy just makes it easier for staff and others to put their finger on, raises awareness of it for your users. Kind of elevates and increases access to it. With regards to computer and internet use policy, follow federal law. The Children's Internet Protection Act prescribes what should be in this policy if you receive federal funding for library operations. So very easy to do that one. For purposes of time, I'm also not going to delve into filming in the library, though I do link to some excellent guidance on the topic. It is mostly relevant due to the increasing activities of self-proclaimed First Amendment auditors. We can talk about those at the end if there is interest and time. Kindly recognize there may not be, however. So an important point, or 4 or 5, policies should be board approved, but your library director should do the heavy lifting with regards to drafting these. Policies should be reviewed. Whoa. Well,
What happened?
my screen just cut out.
I can still see you in the window, but I don't see your presentation.
Yeah, hold.
Maybe try unsharing and resharing again.
Okay. Technical issues. Here we go.
There you go. I see it.
Hey, okay, yeah. If first technical troubleshooting solution, always just like turn it off and turn it on again.
There you
That's
go.
usually does it.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Back to it. So policies should be reviewed by legal counsel prior to adoption. There should be a regular review cycle for policies, and as board members, you should be well acquainted with them, even if they're boring. And I do recognize that this stuff is pretty dry, so sorry. Yeah, it's after lunch. You just had a break. Hopefully you got some more caffeine. Anyhow, policies should include the dates they were approved, revised, and last reviewed by the board. All right. I am starting with collection development or material selection because it is because just like this policy is absolutely necessary to defend access to the materials on your shelves. Okay, so there's stuff on the slide. You guys can read. I'm not going to read the slides to you. I'm going to be talking about things that kind of amplify what's there. Apologies if you're used to or expecting someone to read the slides to you. I don't like that, so that's not how I'm going to roll through this. Late in the game to tell you that, but here we are. Now, important to note this. Some allege that the very act of selecting library materials itself constitutes censorship because you're choosing one book instead of all of the others in the known universe, okay? But nothing could be further from the truth. When we select books for the shelves, we're expanding access to new stories, new voices, new opinions, new ideas. We're not diminishing access to anything, right? Censorship is cutting off access. It's silencing voices. And what has to be recognized here is that representation is not a zero-sum game. Expanding the variety of lived experiences and views reflected doesn't supplant availability to others. It's not like a library just has, LGBTQIA+ titles or just has ultra-conservative Orthodox religious titles. nor of course is anyone's identity reduced to like that kind of narrow, granular, like faceted aspect. Anyhow, guided by their collection development policies and practices, libraries utilize objective criteria for selecting materials that include consulting professional trade reviews, state and national awards, analysis of our own circulation data and our community's demographics, and the need to fill in assessed gaps in the collection, which, yes, might include expanding availability of historically underrepresented groups. Now, this should go without saying, but a library collection doesn't represent the views of an individual, of the board, of the mayor, of the library director. Rather, it represents the needs and interests of the community served, including those in the minority. It represents the breadth of knowledge throughout history and voices from around the globe. Libraries provide as broad a selection of materials and views as they can, and they do not exist to stand in judgment or to advance a political agenda. Before we go deeper, I want to briefly touch on another point, which is that reading, kind of that last part there, the part of collection maintenance that is taking stuff off the shelves, that when this is done objectively and in accordance with policy, that does not constitute censorship. Rather, this is the systematic deselection in accord with approved objective criteria, such as date of last circulation, currency by subject area or Dewey Decimal range, condition, having been superseded by a new edition, etc. It's not done on the basis of someone's opinion or disapproval of the subject matter of a book. Shelf space is limited and should be dedicated to relevant works of use and interest to the population served. An ethical and constitutional collection development policy is antithetical to censorship in all of its forms. Now we're going to zoom in on the most important section for our purposes. There are going to be links to the other bits and bobs at the end of the presentation. But the most important part for our purposes is public library selection criteria. Now, public libraries are diverse and represent a broad demographic with a patron base that can include everyone from the infants to the elderly. So selection criteria should take into account the various interests and needs of the patrons the library serves. Criteria for selection of materials should also depend on the goals and mission of that particular library system. In general, public libraries provide collections containing a wide variety of materials formats. So that includes print, AV, electronic, all that stuff. In selecting materials and developing collections for adults, as well as for children and teens, library staff include materials that represent the broad range of human experience, reflecting the ethnic, religious, racial, and socioeconomic diversity, not only of the region it serves, but also a larger global perspective. Library collections provide a broad range of opinions on current issues as well. Collections contain popular works and also classical works that have withstood the test of time and other materials of general interest. The works should not be excluded or included in the collection based solely on subject matter or on political, religious, or ideological grounds. In building collections, library staff are guided by the principle of selection rather than of censorship. Furthermore, the selection of a given item for a library's collection should not be interpreted as an endorsement of a political viewpoint. To build a collection of merit, materials are evaluated according to one or more of the standards exemplified on this and the next two slides. An item need not meet all of these criteria in order to be acceptable. Now, you want to make sure that collections for all ranges contain representation of diverse points of view and representation of important movements, genres, and trends. The library is the marketplace of ideas. It's there so that people can learn about different perspectives and concepts, including those outside of the mainstream and their own experience. And this is so they can form their own opinions and make informed decisions, and also construct valid arguments. You also want to consider, of course, regional and state interests and authors. I managed a branch location of the Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh that was in a historically redlined, impoverished, and predominantly Black neighborhood. What was on our shelves in Hazelwood was very different from what was on the shelves at the next closest neighborhood location in Squirrel Hill, just like an upper middle class, predominantly Jewish neighborhood. Pittsburgh's very segregated if you haven't been here. It's like the neighborhoods are definitely very and surprisingly sometimes ethnically segregated. All right. Other important considerations include popular interest. So if a title appears on bestseller lists, if it was adapted for the big screen, or there's a streaming series about it, accolades that it has won at the national, state, or international level, any awards or even like nomination for major awards. Does it appear on like a state or national reading list? If so, people are going to be coming to the library looking for it and expecting to find it there. Has the author received major recognition, such as a Pulitzer or a Nobel Prize? These are all worthy considerations. Okay. Next policy I'm going to go through is your reconsideration or challenge policy. So what we just talked about is how material makes it to the shelf. But what happens if someone expresses a heartfelt opinion that the decision to add a book to the collection was a mistake that must be corrected? Well, they're absolutely entitled to that opinion. And you should have a policy and process in place for handling the request objectively, equitably, and with all due respect and concern. And you absolutely need a reconsideration policy every bit as much as you need a selection policy, even though it will see much less use. Right? You're using your selection policy pretty much like every day. This one, it's rarer air we're breathing here. So it is true when the reconsideration process becomes weaponized against the library by people seeking to undermine a public good, that book challenges become deeply problematic. However, in general, book challenges aren't fundamentally bad, not at all. They actually stem from another First Amendment right, okay? The right to petition government for redress. However, the outcome of such a petition is not guaranteed. It's not a right to censor views, ideas, or stories someone doesn't like. And unfortunately, some people are interpreting it in that fashion or believing that that is what it is. So just because someone doesn't approve or agree with something, that doesn't mean that harm was done. It just means that there's more than one opinion on that topic, right? So challenges demonstrate that people are invested in the library's collection, and that's very true. It might not be in the way that we would necessarily choose, but they're invested nonetheless, and that's a good thing. It's helpful to remember that the reconsideration process doesn't exist to remove books, nor is the process carried out to assess if the claims made in a challenge to a title's place on the shelf are accurate. Rather, the reconsideration process is designed to determine if a book meets the library's board-approved selection criteria and policy. Which is to say, a book might have sexually explicit passages, or depict drug use, or include profanity, or have racial epithets, or nudity, or touch on suicidal ideation. None of those things means it shouldn't be in a library. It can also happen that those seeking to censor books actually feel like their story isn't adequately represented in the library, and they may have titles to recommend. This is excellent. This is a great thing. Now, don't promise anything if they do, especially if you aren't someone who can make selection level decisions. But if the requested title does meet the library's selection criteria, adding a title or two and then letting the person know when they come in is great customer service, and that's something that libraries should be doing. Now, this is true even if someone on the front lines personally finds that title to be morally abhorrent, or if the board, board members, library director, whoever. We aren't here to judge or question the tastes or reading interests of our patrons, nor do we need to know why they're interested in the title. The library doesn't exist to reflect our views, after all. It exists to meet the needs and interests of the entire service population. So these are just kind of like the nuts and bolts of what's in a reconsideration policy. So it should have guidance on just like how to handle informal complaints, and that's necessary for frontline staff and everyone, like up through the director, like what to do if someone's just like kind of upset about a book and how to navigate that. It should include a mechanism that allows for formal complaints. So this is a request form, a request for reconsideration form, which I'll show you in a moment. And it should detail the formal process that such a form initiates once it's submitted. And that includes things like the timeline for different steps, if there is an appeal process, who's responsible for making decisions, and what the outcome is. There are some special considerations for things to include in a reconsideration policy in the current era, okay? These include delineating who has the right to challenge. So residents of the library's legally defined service area and anyone from outside that area who pays a fee for the privilege of using one of your library cards, if that's a policy that you hold. It should have a clear endpoint for the process. So if you allow appeals, there should be like a set time frame during which a decision can be appealed, a set number of appeals that can happen, like if it goes from the library director's decision then to a designated review committee, like that's a possible scenario. That's one that we see a lot. If it starts with the review committee and then goes to the library board, that's another scenario that we see sometimes. But there should be a finite number of appeals, and there should be a close of that time frame where, if no appeal is lobbied, basically the decision stands. Now, you also want to have set durability of the findings when a process concludes, basically an indication that the item won't be eligible for reconsideration again for X number of years, that it won't be relocated within the library, again for X number of years. Like if the outcome was to move it from the children's section to YA, for instance, it's going to stay there for this period of time. And if it is actually removed from the library as a result of this process, it won't be added back into the collection for the same period of time. So whatever the outcome is, there should be a set period for how long this decision stands. Without such a provision in place, we have seen the same title challenge at the same library repeatedly and aggressively, and this process is time-consuming and resource-intensive. You should consider, limiting the challenge process so that only one item can be challenged per form. You can set a reasonable limit on the number of requests an individual can have proceeding at a time. And whether that is 1, 2, 3, 5, is most meaningfully dependent on what your library director indicates staffing levels can accommodate without these proceedings derailing operations in support of the library's mission and objectives. I would also recommend including that the process applies to displays and programs, as well as collection materials, because of other sorts of activities we've been seeing. All right, so one thing I kept outside of the scope of this presentation is pertinent case law regarding what has been established by courts as unconstitutional censorship. I link to a compilation of many of the pertinent cases at the end, but this is rapidly growing right now. There is a ton of litigation that is proceeding or that has recently wrapped. So just be aware of that. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. When these cases proceed along constitutional grounds, and all of these are First Amendment cases, fundamentally, they do have national scope. So just because, a case was in Arkansas and you're in New Jersey, like it doesn't mean it's not relevant. Anyhow. That said, I do want to point out that all of the recommendations that I'm making here have been informed by that body of case law, okay? Like all recommendations made by the American Library Association pertaining to library policy, they reflect not only professional best practice and a codification of library ethics, but also the path to minimizing risk of civil litigation. So when we see how courts decide something, we're like, okay, this is now how we need to guide libraries to act. Okay, here's the form I mentioned earlier. So what is the mechanism? What does a request for reconsideration form look like? It looks like this. Only more complete and in a different aspect ratio. Yeah, things get condensed. Sorry. Things it needs to include. Contact information for the person challenging the material. You need to verify that they have standing, as previously mentioned, and you'll also need to be able to contact them with the outcome of the decision, right? You will need the date of the challenge, right? You've got a timeline for processing these requests, and the clock starts ticking once that form comes in, so it should be dated. If they are representing themselves or a larger group, that's useful information to have. You should also collect information sufficient to locate and review the correct items. Then they're actually talking about the movie form might be very different, and they might have a problem with the movie, but not the book, right? So you got to make sure you get the right item and review the right item. You generally want to collect if they actually read or experienced the entire work. Now, note that they don't have to have done this in order to challenge it, but courts have found that works can't be removed or censored without review of them in their entirety. So their objections are certainly far less substantial if they have not done so. And regardless, you're looking at, does this work meet our selection criteria? Does this meet our collection policy? Also, you want to gather what their specific complaints and objections and concerns are, right? This is mostly for the letter writing part, so that you can make sure that they know that, hey, we heard you, we appreciate that these issues might be sensitive or difficult for you, but they are of value to other community members. Here's why. Okay. And then you also want to gather if there are other materials they would recommend that the library collection include on the same topic. Again, it's just kind of like good customer service and good collection development. All right, next up, meeting room policy. This one is, there have been a lot of lawsuits over meeting room use, okay? So if your library has one or more meeting rooms that they make available for public use and reservation, you should absolutely have a meeting room policy. If you don't have such a room, or you have a room and don't make it available for public reservation and use, your work is done. You can take a breather for the next few slides, just kind of zone out if you haven't already. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, but if you do, here's what you need to know. You can limit the time, place, and manner in which the meeting room is used. You cannot limit who can use the meeting room, nor can you place content-based restrictions on use of that room. I'm going to get more into this in a bit. Your behavior policy, which I'll also show you in a bit, is enforceable for those using the meeting room. So again, it must be content neutral. Things like volume level, interference with others' use of the library, interference with staff's ability to perform their duties, damaging of library materials, sale of goods, and things like that, that's all fair game. You can have policies governing and restricting those things. You can't, however, impose fees capriciously or in a manner that creates barriers to access. People using your meeting room can't prevent others from attending their meetings. This is a public space. So they can't limit it to their membership or to their congregation if they're a religious group. If they want to do so, or if they want to use your meeting room after hours, then this would be like a rental of that space. That is something that you can facilitate if you choose to. It's not required. And you can also then have fees in order to defray expenses such as cleaning, staffing, additional security, other needs of that sort. You can limit food and drink use in your meeting room, just as in other areas of the library. And you can have cleanup fees. If you do have cleanup fees for just kind of like that kind of casual thing, there should be an agreement that people sign when they make the reservation. They should get a copy of the policy when they're booking the room. or it should display on your website if you allow it to be booked electronically. And they should, check a box. You can require that they put everything back, like the chairs, the tables, whatever it may be. There can be a fee for not doing so. It should be reasonable. Again, have an agreement. You can restrict attendance based on fire code, right? Like that is absolutely something you can do. You can restrict how far in advance the room can be booked. You can restrict the number of times a group or individual can book the room within a time frame, such as once per week or once per month, just to reasonably allow others to also be able to use that space. Also, it is really important to know that the library is a limited or designated public forum. You say it's a what now? Interrobang. Well, okay. Let's delve into this. This is legal terminology. Again, not a lawyer, but here's quotes from law defining these terms. So a public forum is a place or space, either physical or virtual, in which any person can exercise their First Amendment right to speak or engage in other expressive activities. The courts have identified 3 different types of public fora, or forums, depending on how you want to pluralize it. A traditional public forum is a government-owned place that has been traditionally available for public assembly, speech, and discussion, parks, sidewalks, streets. A designated or limited public forum is a place purposely opened by the government for designated expressive activity by part or all of the public. And then a non-public forum is a place that is neither traditionally used for expressive activities nor set aside or opened in a substantial way for expressive activities. That'd be like, prison cells. Like we can't just go in there. But it's still government property and government operation. Okay, so there are rules about what kinds of restrictions on speech may be legally imposed in a given place based on the type of forum that has been established. Facilities like libraries are considered to be limited public forums for purposes of the First Amendment. Courts have held that because public libraries are a limited public forum, constitutional protection is afforded only to those expressive activities that are consistent with the mission and purpose of the library. A public library is only obligated to permit the public to exercise rights that are consistent with the government's intent in establishing the library as a limited public forum for the purpose of receiving information and accessing the library's books, programs, and online resources. According to the opinion in Kramer v. Board of Police of Morristown, New Jersey, other activities, including activities such as photography, filming, petition gathering, assemblies, public speeches, may be regulated by the library using reasonable, viewpoint-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions. So what are those? We'll get into it. Such restrictions must be neutral as to content and serve a significant government interest and leave open ample alternative channels of communication. That's a lot. Okay. So even if you have meeting rooms, you have no legal obligation, as I said, to provide them to the public. But if a public library chooses to open their meeting room for public use, those facilities are now a designated public forum. So you cannot disadvantage or exclude speakers or groups from using those facilities solely because you disagree with those parties' views or the content of their speech. A public library that opens its facilities for public use cannot exclude a group from its facilities in order to avoid controversy or public disapproval. If you want to see good examples of how to navigate this, you can search for, controversial meeting room use at the Seattle Public Library. They've had a lot of issues around this area and have handled it really well. And so there's kind of like great guidance and case studies from that amazing library system. Okay. Now, this includes religious groups' use of your meeting rooms, even if they use them to engage in religious practices. Courts have found that this does not violate the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. Religious groups and organizations must be treated like any other community group. Libraries have been successfully sued for not doing so. Libraries, another group that this applies to that doesn't sit well with anyone is hate groups. And also groups whose express purpose is to defund or close the library. So we've had a lot of this going on lately. And yeah, they use the library meeting room and you have to let that happen. Other people can show up and, express their opinions about what they're doing, but that's the state of things. It's the state of play right now. You should have a policy in place. It should pass constitutional muster and align with any pertinent state statutes. With regards to the political bullet point on this slide, please note that partisan campaign events may be inconsistent with the library's mission and should be addressed in the library's policy. So state and local laws governing the use of public funds and facilities can regulate the use of library facilities for partisan events. So this is one that's super important just to check in with your legal counsel for guidance on. It's not something I can give you advice or counsel on. Here we go. So that was a lot of things you can't do. What can you do? So like noise, you can address after-hour events, alcohol or drug consumption, food and beverage consumption, sales, frequency of use. You can have contracts and written agreements for use. There can be consequences for not following policies. So all of that stuff, like even restrictions on length of meeting. So like how long the room can be booked for. That's something you can do. This all falls under the time, place, and manner restrictions allowable for limited public fora. All right, we're getting to the end now. I'm getting to the end of my time. Last policy to go through. I'm gonna do this quick. So patron behavior policy, you should be familiar with these. Just some key things to know. Library governing bodies should approach the regulation of user behavior within the framework of the Code of Ethics of the American Library Association, the Library Bill of Rights, and federal, tribal, state, and local law as applicable, including the First and 14th Amendments. There is significant government interest in maintaining a library environment that is conducive to all users' exercise of their constitutionally protected right to receive information. This significant interest authorizes publicly supported libraries to maintain a safe and healthy environment in which library users and staff can be free from harassment and threats to their safety and well-being. In order to protect all library users' right to access library facilities, to ensure the safety of users and staff, and to protect library resources and facilities from damage. I've worked in libraries that have been shot. And where people have been hit with chairs and where fires have been started. Like these are all things that, this policy exists to address. So the library's governing authority may impose reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of library access. So these policies need to be reasonable and narrowly tailored to prohibit a person's interference with others' use of the library and library services and prohibit activities inconsistent with the library's mission and objectives. Now, please know, you should rely on existing legislation and law enforcement mechanisms to regulate behavior involving public safety and criminal behavior. There should be guidance on when to call the police, when to call the FBI. These are just kind of things that should be embedded here, okay? Now, I simply didn't have time to cover case law, establishing forms of speech that fall outside of First Amendment protections. But I'm just going to walk through this really quick here because it does pertain to one of these bullet points. So it is important to recognize that there are some forms of speech that the U.S. Supreme Court has identified as not being First Amendment protected. And these are obscenity, material that is obscene as to minors, child pornography, true threats and fighting words, inciting imminent lawless action, false advertising, and counterfeiting currency. I know that one's a bummer, right? We can't just make our own money. So these are speech acts that can be restricted by behavior policies. Indeed, they are restricted by law. So that's something you should be aware of. All right. I also want to stress that user behaviors addressed in these guidelines are the result of a wide variety of individual and societal conditions. Libraries should take advantage of the expertise of local social service agencies, advocacy groups, mental health professionals, law enforcement officials, and other community resources to develop community strategies for addressing the needs of a diverse population. The policy and its descriptions should be continuously and clearly communicated to library users in all languages in common use in the library's communities. All right, that's the last thing I have for you. I've got these slides on resources that are linked to. I'm going to send the slide deck out to your friends at the New Jersey State Library to share with y'all, so that you can get these easily. And now I think I saw some things in the Q&A. I'm going to stop this.
Yep. We have some questions. I can read them to you, and you can answer them. And thank you very much for your presentation. Before we get to the questions, it was really informative. So the first question is, can libraries be forced to submit or voluntarily submit material checkout records to a government entity? And so there's a New Jersey-based answer for this, and there's a national answer. So
Yeah, so this does fall under the New Jersey confidentiality statute, which I did link there. So the usual answer is yes. So there's like national security letters that can require handing out this information, and then it can also be subject to responsive to like search warrants and things of that nature. But it should specify the records that are being requested, and you should also know that if you don't have that record, you don't need to create it. Like there's nothing to turn over. So legal advice is not something which I can offer to you, but like look at those for guidance. It's pretty well covered there, and there is an FAQ on that subject on ALA's page. So that's kind of broad strokes.
good. Next question: where does the data for book challenges come from? What qualifies as a challenge?
Yeah, right on. So this is really good. So we've got our methodology is detailed on the censorship by the numbers page, but so we track a lot of things. Like if you look at our report censorship form, it does include First Amendment audits. It does include, challenges to like meeting room use or like certain groups' use of meeting rooms, library programs, displays, and materials. Generally, a challenge is specifically, did someone fill out that request for reconsideration form? Now, in recent times, because of the way things have shifted and efforts to actually subvert the process and boards kind of succumbing to or going along with this subversion of the process, also, we're also documenting when things are just kind of complained about at board meetings and then removed from library shelves. So all of that stuff is in there. We do it very granularly and specifically in terms of outcomes and like actions taken. So contact me. We can go into the data in much more detail at another time. I know we're close to time here, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, we can get through. We have a break after this, so we can kind of eat into our break. So, yeah, it's no big deal. So the next question: should a library include a selection whose argument is that the 2020 election was stolen?
So you shouldn't exclude materials simply because it makes that argument, right? So you should look at the authority of the publisher. So now there's like lots of materials that kind of argument is going to be included in now, right? So there's like biographies and books by lots of politicians, like biographies about, or books by lots of politicians, including probably some locally relevant ones. And so you shouldn't exclude it just because there is misinformation or disinformation in it, or because of the political views held by the people that are the subject of this book. So you absolutely should have those books in your collection. And also it's important for people to be able to read about these arguments and the people making them. Okay. Again, just because it's on the library shelf doesn't mean the library endorses it. Just because somebody checks out material or is interested in material doesn't mean that they're like buying into it, right? Sometimes they're doing, what you might call opposition research, or just kind of wanting to learn more about the arguments at play and how people aim to understand them, in order so that they can have conversations, maybe even with family members who hold those views, and do it like in a more nuanced way, kind of know where they're coming from, and hopefully like work towards more of a common ground. So yeah, all stuff, even if it's just not supported by fact, has a place on the shelf.
Exactly. I mean, we have whole sections of stuff that is not nonfiction. So it's we can have all things on there. So this person, this is again probably a really New Jersey based question, but I'll pose it anyway. I work in education, and for policy, we have a service. We have a service bank that aligns with state policy and mandates called Strauss-Esme. Is there a version of that for library policies, or a resource or suggested verbiage that is updated to align with new mandates?
I have no idea.
Yeah, and I living in New Jersey, and so Strauss-Esme is a law firm based in Toms River, New Jersey, and they have what they just said. They have like a product that they sell to school districts that allows them to consult this and have like a one-stop shop that they know is always going to be updated and current with the New Jersey regulations and statutes that are all valid, so they can craft their policy. And there's examples of policy and examples of verbiage there. I have never seen in all the time that I've been here anything like that for libraries.
Yeah.
It's just not something that, I mean, there's 295 libraries in the state, and there's thousands of schools in the state. So there's definitely a bigger market for that on the school side. But
So, I mean, I guess one thing most state libraries have a compilation of state laws that pertain specifically to libraries.
and we do.
Yeah, that's a resource. Your state library is awesome. So they can help you with specific guidance on that. But in terms of organized repositories, it's kind of like on my wish list of something that we'd like to develop at ALA, but it would take
Keeping it up to date would be a near impossibility without dedicated staff, and then you'd have to do it for all 50 states and territories and everything like that, and it would just be it's incomprehensible to me how you would even do that.
even Guam. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, it would be a lot. So last question in the queue: to what extent can the library policies self-police the board and director? For example, fines and fees as these apply to board members. So I guess some libraries might, waive fines and fees for board members or something.
Yeah, so no one should be above the law. Okay, so like anything that any other library user would get fined for, like your board, and like I know that's like it's touchy and politically sensitive. Like you don't want to be like the frontline like clerk who is like fining the board president, and then the director hears about it. But it's like you just kind of like have to enforce these things universally now. It can't be. People don't get to opt out of abiding by the library's kind of like legally established policies by virtue of an office they hold.
Yeah. And I kind of always, I've used the old adage that how would you feel if that was in the newspaper? That the newspaper headline was library board immune from fines while rest of town has to pay fines or something like that. That doesn't sound good to me. I would not want to be mentioned in an article like that. So and I mean, there's an easy way around that is return your books on time. I mean, you don't have to have a special rule in your bylaws or whatever to make you immune to that. You just have to, get them back on time or renew them or something. So that's it. That's the last question.
You could always go fine free too. So that's it.
Do that too. Yeah, there you go. Another easy way to get around that.
Actually reminds me, I've got a library book that I need to return the day before they close.
I always look at keeping libraries late and paying the fine as supporting the library. So as long as my library has fines.
Thanks so much, Eric, for joining us today. Really appreciate it. You gave us a lot of information, and we will be sending out the slides with all of your links to everyone. So we appreciate your taking the time today. There was a lot of information that was very, very useful, and a lot of our trustees and library directors have been asking about. So we're happy to be able to address it. So with that, everyone, Eric, we hope to see you again soon. Take care.
Thank you very much.
everyone. We'll reconvene at 3 o'clock for our last session of the day. I see Mars already here and looks very enthusiastic to be joining us. So there you go. So
Appreciate it.
yeah, so we'll give everybody a break till 3 o'clock.
Yep.
How you doing, Mara?
I'm good, thanks. I was updating my images. That's me in front of the Library of Congress at the
Nice.
That was really
last ALA ago or something.
yeah. So yeah,
Excellent.
you want to practice
Yeah,
share?
I'm gonna run out for a second. I gotta go check on my daughter.
You could try, but Bob's really our.
Yeah, if
Oh.
do I
Oh
have
yeah. Real quick, if you want to share your slide, your presentation before I
Yeah,
jump out.
oh yeah, share screen. Okay, can you see that?
Yep. Guiding the
Great.
library's future. Great.
We did
Excellent.
it.
Yeah, so you can just leave that up and stuff, and then I'll be back in a couple minutes.
And me
Okay.
too, Mara. I'm gonna just step out for 1 sec, okay?
Yeah, sounds great.
In a minute. Look, Mara, everyone hung in there for the day for you for the
Oh, I know. I mean, I guess the weather is, it's a good day to stay inside and learn.
Really.
yeah, but I'm gonna have to give kudos to everyone that hung on all day long. There was a lot of information starting at 9. So yeah, that's right. You were here right at 9 too. You popped on for a few minutes.
I popped on for a little bit and then had to run some errands with the family this afternoon, but then jumped on to see Eric, who's always so informative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great. And so you popped on with Michael Cerrone, and we use him all the time for our library law presentations. We find he knows New Jersey library law the best. But Bob, I don't know if you met Maura. Were you introduced this morning to Maura?
I don't remember. No. Hi, Maura.
Oh, hi. I emailed Bob a question
Yes.
that I had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Library law, the state aid, statistics, and other stuff, and the Zoom stuff too. So I don't have to be paranoid about it. So so are we at 3 yet? I think
Yeah.
Yes.
we're right about at 3 o'clock. So hello, everyone. I hope you had a short little break there. And again, I want to thank all of you for really pretty much everybody hung in with us for what's been a really long day, but I hope that you got a lot of great information so far, and we don't want to end yet. So as our final presenter for the day, I'd like to introduce you to Mara Dede, who is the principal at Local Library Consulting. And Mara is going to talk to you today about hiring and evaluating the library director, which of course is one of the primary jobs of the trustees. So Mara, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. I've known Mara from before. We worked together before. So thank you for joining us here today, and I'll turn it over to you now.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Michelle and Bob, for running the tech stuff and the opportunity to speak to New Jersey library trustees. And I know it's been a really long day. It's 3 o'clock. So we're going to talk about some strategies for hiring and evaluating your library director. This is kind of thinking about guiding your library's future. So again, I just want to say thank you to Michelle and Bob and Jen Nelson as well. State library people are really incredible. I heard State Librarian Jen say earlier that if people have ideas or they're looking for information, having worked at a state library agency, I know that if someone's saying, hey, this is going on, we'd love some help or training or resources around this, there's plenty of people in the state who are also wondering the same thing. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this presentation as well. And I had a chance to see Michael and Eric's presentations, and I'm looking forward to watching Pat's and Catherine's later as well. So for today's agenda, we are going to look at a library director timeline, a cycle that includes your search and selection of a new library director, onboarding, evaluation, dismissing a library director, and then hopefully we'll have some time for questions afterwards. So let me just introduce myself a little bit. My name's Maura. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the founder and principal of Local Librarian Consulting. So I am new to New Jersey. I recently relocated to Southern New Jersey to be close to a family, and I was living in Boston, Massachusetts before, and I worked at the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. Maybe New Jersey also has a lot of library acronyms. We were MBLC, so very similar to the New Jersey State Library. And I've had the pleasure to get to know Michelle over the last few years. And so recently I launched Local Librarian Consulting to help libraries advance their strategic priorities, empower trustees for library excellence, helping with advocacy and training. I'm really passionate about local government and the transformative effect it has on residents and community members. And I approach my work with clients like I did at MBLC, something that's collaborative, strategic, and also joyful. Libraries are really wonderful places that we all love and want to help ensure that our libraries are successful into the future. So I really bring that perspective into my work. On the slide, you can kind of see some of the experience and background that I have. And I'm also a board member for United for Libraries, which is a division of the American Library Association that's for trustees, friends, and foundations. All right, so one of a boards, you have so many important responsibilities, but according to the New Jersey Trustee Handbook, one of your most important responsibilities is to hire a capable and competent library director. And this is somebody who could potentially be at the library for a decade or more. Somebody who's going to have a significant impact on the health of the organization and the organization's ability to advance and achieve strategic priorities. I think what makes the HR process of hiring a new director so tricky is that oftentimes trustees don't have human resources experience. Maybe you're fortunate to have an HR expert on your board, and maybe in our professional career lives, you've been a part of hiring processes, but may not be practicing that on a regular basis. The other thing that I think makes the process tricky is that the current makeup of the board maybe has never gone through this process together. So what I'm hoping to do today is talk about the steps that need to be taken when you learn that your library director is leaving. So these are just like two right away things sorry, I was just seeing what was in the chat about the screen. Okay. So two things that I recommend doing right away. So it's not just about a search process. It's really about culture and leadership. So the first, so two tips to avoid two mistakes right away is seeing that transition only as a hiring problem. It's really, you want to think about as an opportunity to manage the related challenges and risks and thinking about an investment in the library. And the second is rushing through the process. I know that it can be really challenging for libraries to be down a staff member and a library director, such a critical role for operations, especially in some of our smaller and understaffed libraries. I really do understand the need to hire quickly, but it's really, I think, also really important to be thoughtful in the approach, and that in working through a planning process and we're doing some pre-planning work and thinking about what the needs of the library are before embarking on your search process. I think it's a discomfort, and I think in any time we're faced with something that's uncomfortable or unfamiliar, we want that to go away as soon as possible. We want to be what's familiar and known, but we really can't avoid the transition. So we can manage that transition. So when you are getting started, you want to first thinking about appoint or hire an acting director. So this is someone who's going to be able to perform the essential duties before and during the search. It's really important, this is for the board to be realistic about how much time you have for executing the search process. If you have, say, like 3 months or less, you might need somebody in the interim. If you have 6 months or more time, you probably might not need an interim or acting director. So depending on your time that you've been notified, it'll help guide that decision. And there's two options to go for to pursue. One is internal. Do you have an assistant library director or a senior manager or department head who could take that on? And then some folks decide to go external, looking for maybe an experienced library director who can take on that role for a short amount of time. And this person both of them will help continuity of library operations as well, but especially an external person may be able to help the board with the transition process as well. With your departing library director, it's important for them to have clear guidance on their role. And in the transition, having them prepare a handoff plan and ensure full documentation is left in place. And just there's a lot of circumstances why somebody may leave a library. Maybe there's a retirement. And in that case, make sure you're celebrating your outgoing library director. Maybe somebody's resigning and moving to a new library or relocating to another state. Or there may be circumstance where the board has decided not to renew a contract or has fired the library director. So there's a few different, no matter that. So with that context in mind, no matter how someone's leaving, all of these things I think are applicable. But that outgoing director really shouldn't have a role in the search process, like sitting on a search committee, reviewing the applications. They certainly should be consulted about the job description and kind of how the work has changed and what the priorities are and some of the challenges they may see for the next person. But otherwise, maybe are just there to help event manage, sort of an operational transition. And then communications is always really important. I would recommend having clear and timely communications when possible, starting with your department announcement. And this will be to your staff, municipal stakeholders, friends, and foundation. I think people would want to hear it from the board first rather than in a newspaper or on social media where so many people get their news. So and I realize there's probably times where the board has good reason to keep information a little bit closer to them through the process. So when it is appropriate, being able to communicate that. You may think about designating somebody to provide information to the staff. Maybe this could be the acting library director who would be interfacing with the board at board meetings and having conversations with the chair. That person could help be a conduit between the board and the staff for information. One thing that I think is underlooked is that you're also being interviewed as well. Like candidates are curious about the library board, about the library culture. So I think it's also an opportunity to think about how you can, as a board, put your best self forward in demonstrating on how you are as communicators. Okay, so this is the library director cycle. So we start with the search, we go into onboarding and then evaluation, and then evaluation is its own little annual loop until it's time to search for a new library director. So I'm kind of curious, I don't know if people are able to do shows of hands. If Bob, do people have that feature? But I was curious to know.
Yeah, they can raise their hands, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, so just curious of who's here. Do people have a plan? Does anyone have a hiring plan in place as part of a policy or procedural manual? If you do, just go down to the bottom of the screen and just click raise hand. Try to make it a little bit of interactive as possible. All right, I see one. Great. Anyone else? Okay, got two. Great. Well, let's take note of those folks if we want to. I don't know if New Jersey has a culture of sharing like we did in Massachusetts of policies and procedures, but those are great. Maybe potential folks who could share things in the future. Great. Well, I'm not entirely surprised to see so few hands. But I think this is an opportunity, especially if you're not feeling like you're doing an immediate search, is an opportunity to start thinking about when you may have to do a search again and starting to put together a procedure. So let's go into the search and selection of a library director. So these are 5 general activities that we're going to go over. I'm probably not going to be able to hit on all the fine points. And of course, I'll be delighted to answer questions. So if folks do have specific questions about elements, please use that Q&A feature. But kind of a high level overview and just some things I'd like folks to think about in these sort of different parts of the process. Okay, so let's get started. So first, we are going to, okay, prepare the job description. So this is an opportunity to spend some time thinking about what skills are needed in your next library leader. It's an opportunity to think about what are the short and long-term challenges facing the library. Is the board looking for a visionary risk taker? Maybe somebody with building renovation experience? a leader with the skill set to build community connections, or someone who's adept at supporting fundraising efforts. And you may need like 2 out of those 3, or whatever, somebody with a complementary skill set. It's also important to think about what's happening in the community. What are your social challenges? What are the fiscal challenges? How is your library positioned in your municipality? What's the morale of library staff? And what are the strategic priorities, and how is the library meeting their goals? So spending some time and doing some exercises and thinking about the needs and wants will help bring clarity to the important skills and experiences that are needed. And this kind of exercises will also help to think about what kind of questions you'll want to ask candidates through the interview process. So you can look on the New Jersey Library Association for recent job descriptions. Like MBLC, we had a library job board where I frequently say, I did this support for library boards in Massachusetts, so we would save those to kind of keep examples for folks. But the New Jersey Library Association also has recommended salary guidelines, so that's an important tool to take a look at. I think there's an opportunity to tell the story in your job description about what's unique in your community. What is your budget, size of the staff, the salary range? I really do think this is essential to include. Otherwise, it can really waste the board's time and a candidate's time if they're not aligned with what the salary offering is. This is when you'll start thinking about your deadlines for posting the job, screening the candidates. I kind of think of this as like administrative work and calendaring. So thinking about starting to be like, okay, if we post by this date, 4 weeks later, those applications are due, they'll be reviewed, that's a week. We'll schedule interviews 2 or 3 weeks after that. So whoever is on the search committee, which we'll get to in a second, but starting to block out those times on your calendar before it gets too busy, because it's going to get busy and it's going to get hard to schedule things. But also in this administrative work, it's important to think about who's going to receive the applications, communicate with the candidates, who will send out the interview requests or Zoom links, who's going to post the job. So kind of just some of that like task work that needs to be done is really good to think about early in the process. Another piece that's really important to include on a job description, if there's any requirements, what the minimum requirements would be. Do you have a residency requirement? For communities with over 7,500 for population, they'll need a New Jersey State Professional Librarian Certificate, which requires a degree from a graduate library school accredited by the American Library Association. So you need a master's level candidate. So it's really important to reference what those minimum qualifications are, because that's also going to help you down the road when you start screening your candidates, right? Anyone who doesn't match those minimum qualifications won't be invited for an interview process. And I would also recommend thinking about diversity statements. So a recent posting on the New Jersey Library Association had some language that said, don't meet every single requirement. Studies have shown that women and people of color are less likely to apply for jobs unless they meet every qualification. So basically saying, if you're excited about this job, but your experience doesn't line up perfectly with the qualification, apply anyway. And I think so often it's really challenging to find a candidate who's going to check every single box perfectly, right? It's people have varying skill sets, strengths, and weaknesses. It's a whole suite of skills at different competency levels. But you're looking for somebody who is going to be bring that whole suite for your library. And as I left NBLC recently, just kind of a funny aside story, as I left NBLC recently and I saw my job posting on LinkedIn recommended it to me, and I had met 8 out of the 10 qualifications for the job I just had, and helped rewrite helped with the job description about what the job entailed. So I just found it really funny that even for the job that I just had, LinkedIn was telling me I only had 8 out of 10 qualifications. So, but I really liked this statement when I saw it on the New Jersey Library Association job, because I think it just also showed their values of building a diverse workforce for the association. Okay, budget. This is always, this is an essential and sometimes can be a hard conversation. I recommend that trustees should always be advocating for the highest possible salary for their library director and staff. And so making sure that you're able to offer what is a competitive and fair salary for hopefully that meets the New Jersey Library Association requirements. And I understand that could maybe be tricky. Some areas in the state are more, have a higher cost of living than others. But whatever means possible within your community to get that highest possible salary. And also thinking about benefits, like is there continuing education opportunities for conference travel or additional coursework, option for remote work days, what will vacation at sick time look like? Also thinking about a budgeting process is money for an acting director's stipend, especially if you're promoting somebody internally. I think it's fair to pay somebody for the extra work that they're doing at the director level. And so is there budget to compensate somebody for that? Or if you have to hire externally as well. Travel for candidates, if you're thinking about doing a regional or national recruitment, which is also kind of dovetails into paying for job posting advertisements on some of those national sites. Do you have the ability to pay for candidate travel? Also, I think on a smaller level, as you're hosting candidates at the library, providing water, maybe refreshments, depending on how long the interviewing process is, meals, if it's going to be maybe a full day or a half a day on site. I also think this is an opportunity to kind of showcase the reflection of the board as well. And finally, some boards may choose to use a consultant for the process. So this is someone like me, and there's other firms who will work with the board to help develop a candidate profile and will work to identify candidates, help prepare with that job description, help guide the board and the candidates through the interviewing process, and preparing the candidates and the board as well. So, and also I think can work doing some of those administrative tasks to really let the board focus on engaging with the candidates, and kind of some of the other administrative work is left to the side. Okay, so we have written our job description. It's been posted out in the world. We have our salary. Next is the search committee or a screening committee. So this is usually a group of community stakeholders, a diverse group. It may include staff, trustees who are going to evaluate those director candidates on an established criteria. So you have your stack of applications, covers and cover letters and resumes, reviewing which candidates meet those minimum qualifications, right? If there's educational requirements or years of experience, whatever it is that you've determined to be the minimum level of qualifications, then who do they want to invite for interviews for that screening process? So generally, the search committee or the screening committee will make recommendations to interview candidates in front of the entire board. They can help establish that review criteria to ensure consistent treatment of candidates from within each round. So that just means making sure people have access to the same information, sharing meeting minutes, sharing strategic plans, sharing reports, any information that will help candidates prepare for the interviewing process. These interview rounds may be 1 to 2 rounds, depending on how many candidates you have. I think that we're all on Zoom today. Maybe the New Jersey State Library used to do these in person, but we're all on Zoom, and that really can make some of our communication a lot easier and a lot faster as well. So you may consider using a virtual interview for initial rounds. And this may allow you to recruit more broadly for candidates, because it can be a lot of work to travel to a library for, a half hour or hour screening interview. And again, somebody who lives a few states away may not be able to do that, but I think it's an opportunity that you can cast a wider net and screen candidates a little bit more efficiently over Zoom. Let's see here. I think it's important as we talked about how folks aren't HR experts, right? Is that it's important to have some information about how to be aware of your own biases during training own biases during the evaluation process. And just being aware of that, and also thinking about gendered language in questions or even in the job description as well. So when treating your candidates the same, you're going to want to ask candidates the same set questions in the same order. And this is sort of some of that work to kind of do ahead of time. Like, what are the questions? We have, the 5 to 7 people on your screening committee. We're going to start with, everybody first name, alphabetical order. That's the asking order. Everyone's going to ask the same question to each candidate. But there is opportunity to ask follow-up questions to engage in conversations as well. And the categories of questions should reflect the different job qualifications. So things like customer service, community relations, human resources, financial management. And as part of preparing for today, I did put together a list of resources, including some sample descriptions. So I'll put that link at the end of the chat, and I knew there was something I wasn't going to add to my slides, and I'll make sure that link gets added to the slides as well. So you'll have access to those when you refer to these later on. We heard from Michael, great presentation on library law earlier. And I think just being mindful of the application of any open meeting law or open records that must be retained to meet any record retention laws. I'm learning. That's why I was so glad to hear Michael this morning, but I'm learning as well about New Jersey library law. Massachusetts law I knew quite well, but New Jersey, new state, new laws. So just being mindful of those applications of any applicable laws. All right, next is time for board interviews. So let's say your search committee went through 2 rounds of interviews. They made a recommendation of 3 candidates to the board. So now these candidates are going to meet the whole board of library trustees. Usually, I think 3 is kind of the magic number of candidates that get recommended to the full board. Again, this is when it's really important to have, again, a consistent agenda for that interviewing process. So you're treating your candidates the same in each one, at each opportunity. These meetings, and I'm not sure if they need to be an open meeting or not, but they may be an opportunity to invite staff members in, community stakeholders who can have an opportunity to hear from the library director candidates as well. One thing I forgot to mention on the search committee slide is thinking about your stakeholders. And I think there are, staff, friends, foundation, trustees, other community stakeholders, maybe important partners to the library, or folks you would like to strengthen your relationship with in the community who are already partners, but you want to make that stronger. Because this is like an opportunity for someone to have, they've spent a lot of time and they're invested in this process as well. And potentially, through that process, got to know your new library director. So it's, I think, an opportunity to also think about bringing in new partners who hopefully then that relationship can continue once that person's on board as the library director. So during these board interviews, again, yeah, just really important that you are asking thoughtful questions and listening to them, having your evaluation sheets that you've established in advance that gives you an opportunity to listen to what the candidates are saying, talking about their experiences. I like the use of some, like, I think it's like situational interviewing. So like, tell me about a time X, Y, and Z, because I think you can learn from candidates about their experience, their thought process, how they approach problem solving, what went wrong, what was learned, what was unexpected. So really trying to think of thoughtful questions to really garner a lot of information from your candidates. There is also some thoughts around providing some questions in advance for equity reasons to candidates. We saw this a little bit in Massachusetts during sort of the middle of the COVID pandemic for director interviews, where they were broadcast on Zoom. In Massachusetts, the director interviews are done in open meeting for our public libraries. So a lot of them were being live streamed onto Zoom. So for the first director candidate, they got the questions, but let's say I was director candidate number 2. If I was watching that interview, I then got those questions and had an advantage. So out of that, some boards said, hey, we're going to provide questions in advance because that's what's fair to all the candidates. And I think this lets candidates have an opportunity to prepare really thoughtfully responses to the questions. I can kind of hear what you're thinking, but there's also value to asking some questions that maybe candidates, aren't expecting or expecting but hadn't heard yet, because that provides also an opportunity to hear how people think on their feet and respond in the moment as well. Also an important skill as a library director. Okay, so our board interviews have been great. We've interviewed 3 candidates. It's now time for us to reach consensus as a board about who we would like to extend an offer to. I think often it's pretty clear who the preferred candidate of the individual board members is. So the consensus sort of naturally gets kind of gels, if you will. A candidate kind of emerges from the top. If not, you'll want to meet as a board to discuss the candidates to determine to build that consensus. This may be a board meeting following the 3rd interview, maybe on the next day, depending when you are having your interviews, how many you are having a day. But an opportunity to talk about all those candidates and come to the consensus. It's also important to check references as well. And there's some differing opinions on when to do this. Some folks may decide to do this as they're going to check the references for their preferred candidate as the last step. I've also heard from boards of trustees where they checked references of all 3 candidates before the final round of interviews. And so there's no right answer, but it's what works for your community. It's just making sure you're consistent. And this is when that clear and timely communication comes in, making sure your candidates know that their references will be checked as well. I should also say, I don't know what the legal requirements are here, but oftentimes you may see, well, in Massachusetts, you have to have the name of the candidate on your open meeting, your meeting agenda that gets posted. But maybe the media might pick up on who the candidates are being interviewed, or if there's a news story, if you do have open meetings. So if that might happen in your community, or you have a requirement, it's also a good idea to communicate that clearly with your candidates so they are not caught off guard and can potentially, they have an opportunity to let their own board know that they're job searching. If they want to, maybe they don't, but it lets them know that that information will be made public. So again, clear and timely communication is always a best practice. So you have your preferred candidate, you've reached out to them. call them to make an offer over the phone with the salary. And this is might start the negotiation process if you have room for what that what that starting salary would be and the benefits package, when that start date will be. And then after that, maybe you have a contract or an agreement, a letter that details all of that out. I did ask Bob, I think, or maybe I was talking to Michelle about communities having access to HR. I think some of your bigger libraries may have, and county systems may have a dedicated HR person who might be able to help with some of these various parts throughout of this process. Or you may have a municipality with a human resources person who oftentimes will be there for, like, the medical benefits and the payroll processing. But depending on the capacity in your community, that human resources person may also help be able to provide some of that professional guidance that as trustees, we just don't have, because that's not our job. Unless it is your job as a human resources professional, but generally as a trustee, we don't have those skills. So congratulations, you have hired your new library director who's going to help guide the future of your library. So important to have a press release, announce your new hire. And you might be thinking, we did it, like, we're done, this person, we've hired them, like, we can get back to normal. Not so fast. That's why we're going to talk about onboarding and evaluation next. But I did have a pause here. Just wanted to check in on this section to see if there were any questions.
So there's 2 questions. If you wanted to take them now, or we could wait until the end, it's up to you.
Yeah, let me take a look at them.
Okay.
I do not recall if we have anything in place, but we went through a lengthy and collaborative process to hire your current director. Yes, I love that, lengthy and collaborative. So thank you for that person who shared that. And I guess I wanted to ask in the chat if any folks had, you could do a raise of hands or just say it in the chat if you had gone through a search recently and what did you learn or what do you wish you had done differently. I think one of the great things about trustee community is that, we're focused on our local experiences, right? Serving our community, working with our library, but so much of what we're doing is similar. And there are opportunities for trustees to learn from each other and build community. And I think there's a New Jersey Library Trustee Association that can help play a role in that as well. I'm learning who all the players are. But I that was something I really believed in Massachusetts, helping build that community of trustees and sharing information. Oh, so this is an interesting question. Is it common for libraries to have an assistant director who is paid at par with the library director? I would say no. I think those are 2 different job classifications generally, and I think the head of your organization should be compensated at a higher level than the people that they supervise.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Bob's in agreement. Great.
Yeah, I am in agreement. So yeah, no more questions in the queue. So I think you can continue when you're ready.
Okay, great. All right, so now we're going to chat about onboarding. So your start date is here. So basically what I want to say is that your transition isn't ended since now that you've hired your new library director. You've ended sort of one part of that cycle. And in fact, it's really just beginning for that new library director. So together you're moving on to that next phase. And so an onboarding process is really going to provide critical support for the board and the library director. And I like to think of this as a continued investment of time and resources, ensuring that everybody is getting off on the right start. So creating an onboarding process is going to help make sure your library director is meeting milestones, say over the next 30, 60, 90, right? That's something that gets used, I think, in the business world or the for-profit sector, if you will, even the nonprofit sector. but kind of, what should happen over the next 3 months, and a lot of check-ins between, say, the chair of the board and the library director, making sure that they're on task, meeting folks that need to be met. What are the deliverables for the board meetings as well. There's also just an information transition, I think, as well, of the administrative, financial, and technical. Some of those like just operational things about running a library, like processing payroll, processing invoices, where are the budgets, if it's most likely mid-year, right? Where are the spending levels? I like to think of this onboarding process also as a time to do that proper introduction to community key stakeholders in the community. An opportunity to review those roles and responsibilities of the board and the library director. Something one of the presenters talked about today. So that's going to be, really important to clarify those roles locally together. And in this conversation, you also want to talk about what are kind of the goals for the first year, and what the process and the criteria is going to be for performance evaluation. So, if you are hiring, maybe you're at a library and, hadn't been evaluating your library director. When you're hiring somebody new, this is the time to start making sure that process gets operationalized, so everybody can expect it annually. I think part of the onboarding process is going to be thinking about how people like to receive information, how to receive and provide feedback as well. One thing that I have had a lot of conversations with new directors is like an overcorrection of boards with their new library director. So one example is a library director who was hired. They would be there. They were a library director at someplace else. They were taking a new job after the library director had retired after like 25 years or something. So really long serving library director. And so this new person brought a lot of energy, was exciting, had like great new ideas. The board was really excited about reinvigorating and going through a strategic planning process to identify new priorities, kind of really excited for big thinking. And then the director, after a few months, or like, I think it was like 6 or 7 months, called me in my role for support. And it was like, the board just seems like really resistant to change. They seem so excited about everything, about my new ideas, but when we're trying to like implement them, I'm really getting a lot of pushback. What's going on? And I think that this is one example that I've heard over and over again in kind of different permutations, but there's sort of like the board is working with the new director in response or reaction or overcorrection to the previous director. And I think that's understandable. Like, we never did X, Y, and Z. That maybe was a problem with the last director, or we wish we handled that differently. So we're really going to make sure we do it this time, without actually kind of seeing what the relationship is going to look like on its own as you get to know each other as like the individuals on the board and the collective board with the library director. So I think allowing some time for that, maybe you want to call it a honeymoon phase or whatever, that like, or onboarding, breathing room for everybody to get to know each other and learn about each other's styles and kind of talk about like, oh, this is how I like to receive feedback, or how I format information, or this is how the board likes to have information formatted, or maybe we can work together to figure out something new that works for both of us, whatever it is. But again, clear and timely communication as well in building that relationship. All right, so another great quote from the New Jersey State Library Manual for Trustees, underscoring what we talked about earlier, right? How an evaluation is so important that it begins within that hiring process. So the best strategy is to establish that with your newly hired director. However, this might not be the case, and boards may find it really difficult to implement an evaluation process after years of not having one. Maybe your director is hesitant. If this is, if you've said as a board, we want to, you know, we know we've gone a few years without evaluating you. We want to start this process. Library director may be like, well, what's going on here? Are you trying to fire me? And I don't know, maybe the answer is yes. Like maybe there, you know, or there are deficiencies that the board would like to see addressed. And this is the process of which to go through that through documentation. So if you haven't been regularly evaluating, I would suggest doing so, because it's not also just about what's like not going well. It's about really celebrating the successes and the work that the library director is doing for library operations, advancing those strategic priorities. Okay, so evaluation, it's a tool that helps ensure your strategic priorities are on target and their goals are being met. This is going to be collaborative with the library director and the board. I would really recommend working together to have an agreed set of criteria, what your annual goals would be, what that metric will look like, what the procedure will look like. This is going to create buy-in for both folks, and it means that there's no surprises for a library director down the road. Like after, you know, let's say you hired somebody and like 11 months, you say, oh, it's time for annual evaluation. Like, here's what it's going to be on. Like, wait a minute, like we didn't talk about this. Like, so really working together so it's very clear about what the process is going to be. I also think there should be ongoing check-ins throughout the year. Some folks will have maybe a monthly check-in with the chair of the board. But I think it's important for trustees that you should know that, you know, if there's feedback that needs to be delivered immediately, when that's warranted for concerning issues, that should be delivered immediately, not waiting into an evaluation process. As also, if there's feedback warranted for doing an outstanding job with something, delivering that feedback as well. People love to hear when they're doing a good job. And I think high performing individuals also want to hear when there's opportunities for improvement as well, and thinking about ways the board can support those opportunities for improvement as well. Boards should have policies and procedures for handling complaints or concerns from staff or the public as well, because oftentimes those can impact a board's evaluation process. So I thought it might be helpful to kind of take a look at some evaluation components. And I did link in the resource guide I developed for you all some sample evaluations. I forget who, I think it's on from United for Libraries, actually had a link to 4 different evaluations. So I gave you that link. But this will give you an opportunity to review a few different ones. And I think that's what we do, is we look around and we're like, oh, this works. We kind of, you know, we don't reinvent the wheel, but kind of put some of the puzzle pieces together and to make something that'll work for our community. So I recommend when you're doing your evaluation, so we're going to set these, I'm a newly hired director. We're setting these in my first few months on the job for me to be evaluated down the road. So we want to set SMART goals. Those are your specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timely, and guided by your strategic priorities. So hopefully everyone can see these 3 examples. And I found these in actual real library strategic plans. And I liked including them because I think, you know, one is just increase print circulation by 5%, right? So it's like a straight metric. Another is investigating the feasibility of installing a generator so the library can serve as an emergency heating or cooling or power up location. Hopefully no communities lost power or had flooding issues in your libraries today, but we know that libraries serve this need when there are environmental crises in their communities. These are places where people can go to get power, cooling or warming. So how is the library going to help sustain this goal in the long term? And I like this 3rd one as well, mapping to identify census tracts with low cardholder adoption. So I also think it goes without saying that a lot of these goals are going to require working with different staff members and maybe even stakeholders outside the library to meet these goals on an annual basis. The second part would be evaluating competencies from the job description. So this could be, again, your customer service, community relations, human resources, financial management. could do a 1 to 5 ranking scale with an opportunity for narrative feedback. So this form, each of the board members would fill out and maybe get sent to direct reports as well, or other key staff members, depending on your size of your organization. And then I think it's really important for the director to also be involved in self-evaluation as well. It's an opportunity for self-reflection. And so there's always room for improvement. And I think it also reinforces a culture of learning as well, which is what libraries are about, right? We're interested in people. We're there to help support people's learning and advancing themselves and self-improvement. So I think that culture within our staffing is important as well. And I think the whole evaluation is really about assessing the health of the organization and its functionality. There's something I thought I wanted to say and I lost it, but hopefully it'll come back to me. Some of the, so what do you need for doing this evaluation? I think what happened most recently is what's going to stay in our brains, but it's really important that you start collecting materials. So monthly director reports, any library data, information about significant milestones or setbacks. Was there something that was unplanned that really impacted operations? So let's say there was a flooding issue in the library that the library did have to close for, unfortunately, for 4 weeks, or, the children's room was inaccessible due to, X, Y, and Z. That's could be an incredible setback that might impact the ability to meet that goal of raising your print circulation, of not having access to collections. So were there things outside of everybody's control that could have impacted the ability to make progress? Any performance documentation, and then reports and studies. So kind of gathering all the materials that you'll use to evaluate. It's important to avoid any feedback that's gendered or focused on the director's personality. I put some resources in the resource guide about avoiding biased commentary or feedbacks. And one example I found was, kind of thinking, it was around decision making, and it was a study. I like to use Harvard Business Review when I'm looking for kind of HR resources. I find that to be a really helpful resource as someone who's not an HR person. But this study saw that women with around decision making was someone like Maura was very hesitant to make a decision, and then the similar circumstance, but Michael is very thoughtful and takes his time to make sure he's making a thoughtful decision. So it's sort of like the same kind of thing, but just skewed differently. And so their research around that as it relates to gender. So you have your supporting materials, you've filled out your evaluations with your qualitative and quantitative feedback. So as a board, you may decide to aggregate that data to provide an average, or you may want to provide information about how many 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s somebody got in any category, but also an opportunity to just aggregate that narrative as well. What were the common things that people were talking about in those various categories? And so, the opportunity for the board to work through any of those discrepancies and agree on a final review document that's then delivered to the library director. So this could be, and this is where I'm learning about New Jersey library law. So there's some options about how one may deliver this. It could be a full meeting of the board or an executive session. Though if it is an executive session, I think that director has the right to request that it's done in open session. And Bob can maybe provide some clarity on that. It may be delivered outside of a board meeting with the personnel committee or the chair. So there's some options there for you. You want to start off with reviewing what was the job description, the annual goals, review that aggregated report from the board, and with the director self-evaluation. So now we have the board report and the director's evaluation, and looking to see where there's any differences there. So this is when you would identify the items that need to be addressed, set expectations, offer support and motivation. Yeah, you're doing a good job, or everything's basically okay, but we really want these things to be addressed. This is the time to do that. And so if everything's going really well, great, rinse and repeat for next year. But sometimes we know that's not the case, that we may have to deliver a difficult review, and that the organization isn't functioning well. It is unsatisfactory. Goals are not being met. Staff morale is low. We just things are not going well. So it's really important to have clear and timely communication about that. Determine what's needed to get the organization on track and create a timeline for progress reports, and making sure there's the resources available to support the library director as well. I do think people oftentimes have a sense of when they're not hitting the marks, and these conversations can be really challenging, and I hate having difficult conversations. But it's really important to have honest conversations and also be a good listener, especially if you're on the personnel committee or the chair, a good listener to the feedback from the library director, because it is a partnership, right? I know the board hires the library director, but in advancing the goals to help the library operate optimally, that is a partnership, and it's really about making sure your library is functioning at the highest level. So in the end, it may be that the outcome is dismissing the library director. And this is coming at the end of my evaluation content, but it's really not quite part of the evaluation process. I think the evaluation process can guide this decision, especially if there was several periods of unsatisfactory performance. But coming to the decision that dismissing a library director is a really challenging situation, and I'm sure that nobody takes that lightly, and that decision is made with a lot of thoughtful consideration. It's my understanding, and not a lawyer, but New Jersey is an at-will state, meaning barring a contract, the board can remove a director without cause. However, if there is an employment contract or an employee manual, you may need to show cause. I think in any case, documentation is really important, that you will need to build a clear paper trail documenting how you've communicated your dissatisfaction to the library director, provided opportunities for improvement, provided warning notices if improvement hasn't happened. What is the clear timeline for that? If this is only being addressed during an annual evaluation process, it's really it's going to draw out the process as well. There may be actions that are so egregious that those are going to require immediate feedback. And those are conversations that you will have to have in the moment. And I think, as we talked about earlier, having an onboarding plan or a hiring plan, it's helpful to have some sort of rough outline about how performance is evaluated, and having that documentation in advance can help when we are in these stressful situations and need to make decisions. We have some sort of, thank our past self for planning for the current moment that we're in. And there's always consulting an outside attorney if needed as well. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I love talking to trustees. I haven't done it in a few months, so I was really thankful for the opportunity to be back, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. I'm going to stop.
So we have a bunch of questions in the Q&A. I can read them off to you if you want.
Sure.
Is it a best practice to have the director sign his or her completed evaluation?
Yeah, I think that's a great, yes, I think that would be, I would say, yes, that is a best practice. Thank you for that great question.
Okay. Next one is more just a letting you know thing for New Jersey.
Okay.
That and I think I think usually the director from what I've seen, is one of the highest paid people in the library. But if they're longstanding people in a civil service and or union library, there could be people that have been there for 30 or more years that have risen through the ranks and had incremental salary increases over the years that may be comparable to a new director's salary. So it is definitely possible.
Thank you.
And wouldn't a narrative be more useful than a numerical rating system? The latter comes out as judgmental, the former is more objective.
Wouldn't a narrative be more useful than a numerical rating system? I think that's what depends. Like, there's no, maybe it's frustrating. I'm like, not like, here's the evaluation I think you should use. I think it's what's going to work best for your community. And I like a process that's a little bit of both, of like, maybe ranking on competencies, because that shows me where I may need for improvement. And then that narrative provides some information as well.
Yeah.
But I think I think it's very challenging to have complete objectiveness. Like, we're human beings. We all sort of interpret things differently, but being mindful of focusing on like the strategic priorities, what is measurable, that we're seeing. But yeah, it's there's options available.
Agreed. Okay. As trustees are typically not in the library day to day, how might one include staff members in the director's evaluation?
Yeah, so I think providing them that evaluation form. So I'm working with a client and helping facilitate the director evaluation. So the board is going to fill out the evaluation, and then all the senior department heads will fill that out as well. And I think depending on the size of your staff, of your library, you may ask the staff to provide input as well. And I think that you want to start to then think about ways that could be anonymous as well, and that staff input would kind of be aggregated as well. And depending on the relationships between director and staff, maybe that might be a like airing of the grievances. So I think I think you're right. Trustees should not be involved in the operational day-to-day. That's not your role, but it is important to know about if there is anything that's significantly impacting the functioning of the library. So an opportunity for staff to have that feedback.
Okay. If the director is great, but the board has not documented this evaluation historically, how can this be done for posterity?
That's a great question. So I'm so glad that so then that's why I think sometimes boards are like, everything's great. We love our director. Why do we need to do, like, that's exactly why you should do the evaluation, like to document that over time. So I think perhaps you could do a letter, sort of kind of saying, if you're saying, let's start an annual process, we're going to start this together. We're going to set our goals now. Next year, we're going to deliver the evaluation, perhaps maybe a letter in the HR file, kind of maybe documenting the reasons why, of like, we as a board have been so pleased with director so-and-so's performance, like maybe a little like, here have been like significant accomplishments over their timeline. We are doing an evaluation process because this is, operationally a best practice, but wanted to document that for them. I also think, I like to live in a world where we're getting as much money possible and even more for libraries as well. But I also think this can help potentially as a document for advocating for raises for your budget for staff as well. I know I have a lot to learn about the union and civil service as well, but are there opportunities? This documentation can help with that down the road.
Okay. Can you post the last slide of your presentation again? So people want to get your contact info.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that,
give me a minute.
The evaluation form used is the same one used by our municipal government. The form is thematic rather than itemized goal by goal. How might we go about switching or replacing the evaluation form if we have consensus on the board?
Hold on. I can only do a tech thing.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I may be a millennial, but I haven't figured out how to do all the things at once. Gosh, where'd everyone go? Oh, here you are. You're over here still. Okay, I'll share the screen. I'm also going to, whoops, that's not it. Oh gosh. I really do know what I'm doing. Share. There we go. And then in a second, I'll put that info in the chat as well. Okay, evaluation form is the same one used by our municipal government. How might we go switching or replacing the evaluation form? I don't think it's terrible that you're using the one that's used in your municipality. Sometimes that's like helpful. It takes less decision making. You know, and maybe there's an option to add on, you know, some of those SMART goals based on your strategic priorities as part of that. I've, you know, where I worked for the state of Massachusetts, they, you know, huge, right? Huge operation. Like our evaluation form was standard, but there was a lot of leeway within the categories for my boss to set goals for the year for me. So I think there's some options there, but I think this raises a great point, is that there is something being used in your municipality, especially if you haven't done something in a while. Like, it's a great place to start to see if that works for you.
All right, that is it. Michelle.
Oh,
Great.
hey, thank you so much, Maura. That was great. That was really, I think, you know, a full 360 there, like you did, you know, from the very beginning. And there were things I never even thought of, you know, to be part of that whole evaluation process. So I think you really laid it out very nicely for the trustees. And I thank you so much for, I know you did so much, you new to New Jersey. However, you did so much research, you know, New Jersey rules and regs already. So you learned a lot, you know, and really appreciate your presenting for us. Which now brings us to the end of our day. And I see the two Pats are back on from the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. I want to thank all the trustees who really hung in there all day long. And we hope that you found this valuable, whether you're a new trustee or not. And so Bob and I, as Jen said in the beginning, and sure the two Pats are always interested in what kind of trainings you want to see. And you can email any one of us, and we all work together, and we'll try to put that on for you. After this, I think that we'll all go back to, again, scheduling our evening monthly webinars where we have the Q&A call-in hour, and then we also try to put on an evening program and another session for you. So look for that information coming out. I want to thank all our presenters today. I think they were all wonderful. They did an excellent job. I had originally thought in doing just this sort of new trustee orientation to try to make it a half a day. But by the time I added in all of the, what I thought were like the core knowledge, the basics, it really did end up to be this full day session. So I do hope it wasn't too overwhelming for everyone, and that there were enough breaks in there that you got a chance to stand up and shake it out a little bit. Bob, Pat, is there anything that you want to say when we end the day, or?
I posted in the chat that, and I'll just say it in case anybody's not looking at the chat, the recording and the slides will be posted on our website, and the link will be emailed out to everyone early next week. I'll email it to Pat so that she can put it on the NJLTA listserv as well. And that's all I got.
Thank you all. It was a great day.
It was a great day.
Even though I've been around for quite some time. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, bye everyone. We'll be in touch soon.
Bye-bye.
Your email.
Bye.